Well, good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley Community Services District, City as Successor Agency for the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Moreno Valley Housing Authority, Moreno Valley Public Financing Authority, and the Board of Library Trustees. At this time, I'd like everyone to please mute their mic. Thank you, I would appreciate that. The City Council receives a separate stipend for CSD meetings. As mayor, I call this meeting to order on June 16, 2020 at 6:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Thornton?
Present.
Councilmember Marquez?
Here.
Councilmember Cabrera?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca?
Here.
Mayor Gutierrez?
Here. Thank you. Staff introductions, please.
Pat Jaquez-Nares, City Clerk?
Steve Quintanilla, Interim City Attorney.
Mike Lee, City Manager.
Marshall Ironman, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer.
Michael Wolf, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works, City Engineer.
Manuel Mancha, Community Development Director.
Patty Solano, Parks and Community Services Director.
John Salisbury, Chief of Police.
Abdul Ahmed, Fire Chief.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, staff. So before I open up the public hearing on the items related to the WLC project, I believe it's really important to describe what is being considered today by the City Council. Very important to describe what's being considered. So this should put, if you could please mute your mics, appreciate that. This should put the scope of review of today's hearing into the proper perspective. This should also let everyone know what sort of testimony will be considered relevant to today's public hearing items. We have 3 items on today's agenda regarding the WLC project. Number 1 is an appeal of the revised final environmental impact report, EIR, an appeal of the tentative parcel map for financing purposes only, which does not include any development approvals or development proposals. And 3, consideration of the WLC development agreement, which is substantially the same as the previous one approved in 2015. Both the revised final EIR and the tentative parcel map were subject to a full-scale public hearing before the Planning Commission on May 14th and May 15th. After several hours of public testimony, the Planning Commission approved and certified the revised final EIR and approved the tentative parcel map for financing purposes only. These decisions, however, were appealed to the City Council based on the various reasons set forth in the appeal requests submitted by the 2 appellants. The issues to be considered today regarding the revised final EIR are limited to the 4 issues the Superior Court and the Court of Appeal found to be deficient. This means that the scope of our review today of the revised final EIR is not wide open to include hundreds of other environmental issues the court did not find deficient under CEQA. As for the tentative parcel map, the only issue related to the appeal is tied to the adequacy of the revised final EIR, which means again, that the issues regarding the tentative parcel map are the same as the same 4 issues regarding the revised final EIR. With respect to the development agreement, the only issues that need to be addressed are issues related to the developer's financial obligations it owes to the city upon development of the project, since the development entitlements referenced in the development agreement have already been approved. I want to repeat that again. The development entitlements referenced in the development agreement have already been approved and remain valid and applicable to the project. The bottom line is that this public hearing is not about the specific details of the WLC project, since again, the underlying development entitlements for the project have been approved in 2015 and they remain in full force and effect today. The approved development entitlements address specific issues such as zoning, the general plan, the specific plan requirements, land use, density, height, size, landscaping, aesthetics, and most of the other applicable development standards and specifications. These issues have already been extremely considered and are not subject to review by the City Council today. I want to make this part very clear. If you wish to testify tonight, you have 5 minutes. I'm going to start a timer. You have 5 minutes to please raise your hand on your Zoom meeting app. You will be placed on the list to testify. However, if you are not present or do not respond when we call your name, when it's your turn to testify, when you testify, you will forfeit your opportunity to testify. However, since this is a public hearing, if you wish to testify, you will have to take an oath to solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I will administer the oath to all those who have signed up to testify before I open the public testimony period of the public hearing. I will allow the 2 appellants to speak first for no more than 10 minutes each. There were 2 appellants, but all other public testimony after those 2 folks will be limited to 2 minutes with no exceptions. And I want to make sure that we allow everyone the opportunity to speak. This is in lieu of having the various groups appoint a spokesperson to speak on behalf of each group. This will basically give everyone a chance to testify. If you miss the time to sign up to testify and you wish to testify, you can raise your hand on your Zoom meeting app, and staff is going to be monitoring that, and you will be invited to testify. However, if you are not present or do not respond when your turn to testify comes up, you will forfeit your opportunity to testify. Now, at this time, I want to introduce Community Development Director Manny Mancha, who will announce the items on today's public hearing calendar and introduce the staff and any consultants who will be presenting the items. But actually, we're going to take a moment. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes if anybody wants to speak. And if you already submitted this to the city clerk that you wanted to speak, then you don't need to raise your hand. We have the list of people that want to speak. But if you didn't have that opportunity, I'm going to open it up for 5 minutes right now. Give you 5 minutes to go ahead and raise your hand, and then the city clerk and the staff is going to also make note of your name. Okay, so we'll do that really quick right now. And then city clerk and Tim, if you guys can just monitor who is raising their hand and then cross-reference that list.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then if you're not speaking, if you could please mute your mic. Thanks. Now, just so you know, if would like to speak, it has to be about this item. If you want to speak about any other item on the agenda, that will actually take place at the time once that business item is actually called. So again, we're only addressing the folks that want to speak on the WLC item, and it has to be limited to the WLC item. Okay, about 2 more minutes. Okay, about 1 minute left. Okay, City Clerk, was that 5 minutes?
Yes, sir. So as of now, we already have all the people that we're going to double check on the list to make sure that they are on the list. If not, we'll call them,
Mhm.
but no more
Yes.
after right now.
Yeah, no more after now, because we had the opportunity to call in before 5 p.m. And then also I opened it up even, be a little extra generous here and allow any other folks that want to speak tonight. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start here. Now at this time, I want to introduce Community Development Director, Manny Mancha, who will announce the items on today's public hearing calendar and introduce the staff and any consultants who will be presenting the items. And what we're going to do, just to kind of let everybody know, is we're going to have a staff report by Mr. Mancha and the consultants. Then we're going to have council questions of staff, and it does have to be council questions of staff only. Then I'll open up the hearing. I'll administer the oath to anybody that wants to testify, and then we'll have the two appellants speak, and then we'll have public testimonies of the speakers, and then the hearing closed, and then we'll have any clarifications or any deliberation or applicant closing comments. Okay, we'll have all of that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start off with Mr. Mancha.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp, and council members. Before you tonight is an appeal of a tenant parcel map for finance and conveyance purposes only, appeal of a certification of the revised final environmental impact report, and consideration of the World Logistics Center project development agreement. I want to introduce tonight the staff and the consultant for the presentations for tonight. The first presentation will be presented by Interim City Attorney Steve Quintanilla, presenting the staff report on the appeal and the development agreement. The second presentation will be presented by the city's environmental consultant, Ms. Heidi Rouse, Ms. Rouse is the Director of Air Quality, Climate, Acoustic Services for Environmental Service Associates, ESA. ESA has been assisting the city with the recirculation of the EIR for the World Logistics Center since 2018. Ms. Rouse is here to speak tonight on the revised final EIR, addressing specific issues raised by the appellants. Mayor, staff is ready to start the first presentation.
And just to be very clear, so we're going to let the presentations take place. Once all of the presentations are completed, then we'll go to staff. We'll go to council questions with staff. Okay, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. Good evening, and good evening to the members of the public who are attending tonight. Everybody's going to witness democracy in action. This is the best of our democratic traditions, is to meet in public and discuss in public issues that are important to the public. And we do make all these decisions out in open like we are today. But before I begin, I know that some people have expressed concerns or asked a question about, well, why is the city attorney doing a presentation on a planning related project? And so I wanted to take an opportunity to kind of address that issue. And the reason for that is pretty much exactly what the mayor represented, that really there are no planning issues per se that are being dealt with tonight, because we do have a project that has all of its development entitlements in place. And so tonight, the only reason why we're here is that we're here based on an appeal of the revised final environmental impact report, an appeal of the tentative parcel map that is for not development purposes, it's just for conveyance and financing purposes, and the development agreement, which is here because it has to be here because the council has the final decision-making authority on development agreements. But before I get into the specifics of the history, the litigation history of this project and where we're heading, I just want the public to know that this decision was not taken lightly, the original decision to approve the project and to approve its entitlements. In fact, when the city council considers and the planning commission considers any project that involves any development entitlements or property rights, we're required to act within the scope of a certain amount of evidence, which we call the administrative record. And so every finding that we make, every decision that we make has to be rooted in part of the administrative record, meaning that if we come up with any evidence to support our decisions, then we have to be able to convince the court that there is a piece of paper somewhere in this massive record that supports our particular finding or decision. So I just want to go through a list of the documents and a list of the different records that the city council has taken into consideration and the planning commission has taken into consideration, just to kind of give everybody a general idea of the scope of information that we're dealing with and how much information has been considered to bring us here today. So first thing we considered the Moreno Valley General Plan. We also considered Title IX, which is all of our planning and zoning regulations that's set forth in our municipal code. We looked at the draft EIR, and we looked at the recirculated portions of the final EIR, which is up tonight on appeal. We considered all of the provisions set forth in the draft development agreement that's here tonight. We analyzed all the World Logistics Center land use and zoning entitlements that were approved by initiative that was known as the Moreno Valley Jobs Initiative that was approved back in November 2015. We looked at the amendments to the Moreno Valley General Plan as described in the initiative that was approved in November 2015. We looked at the amendments to the Moreno Valley zoning map that was approved in November 2015. We looked at the Moreno Highlands specific plan, which was repealed back in November 2015, and it was replaced with the World Logistics Center specific plan. And so that specific plan includes a lot of the specifics as far as design issues, density issues, land use issues. That's where we find a lot of these land use entitlements. We also consider the project's conditions of development. Now that's a long list of mitigation measures that is based primarily in the mitigation measures that are set forth in the final environmental impact report. And back in November of 2015, the council also approved a land benefits initiative. And this land benefits initiative was basically um, um, directing our Moreno Valley Community Services District Board of Directors to contact LAFCO, our local agency formation commission, to commence the annexation of 85 acres of land that situated along Gilman Springs Road. So that was also approved. And of course, we took into consideration the tentative parcel map that's for financing conveyance purposes. And it's important to remember that that tentative parcel map that's up on appeal tonight does not propose or consist of any specific development entitlements. It's simply for the purpose of allowing the developer to seek financing for the project. The council also has taken into consideration the Planning Commission staff report and the staff presentation and all the documents and records that were presented at the public hearing before the Planning Commission. The council also took into consideration, or is going to take into consideration, all the testimony and the comments that we received from the developer and from developers' representatives, and all the testimony and comments that were received from members of the public who appeared and commented on the project at the Planning Commission public hearing. We also take a look at as part of the record, the Riverside County Superior Court's ruling on the writ of mandate that was issued back in 2018. And we also reviewed the Superior Court's judgment that's granted the petitions on these writs, and that's from 2018. We also take into consideration the issues raised by the Court of Appeal in its recent opinion in the case known as Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice versus the City of Moreno Valley. We also are considering the council staff report tonight, staff presentation, all the documents and records submitted. And there's a large agenda packet that most of you have probably seen that we posted online as well. We are going to take into consideration all the testimony and comments. And this is, I should point out, all the relevant testimony and comments from the developers representatives, and the public. And the Planning Commission too, when it approved the entitlements, when it approved the final EIR or certified the final EIR and approved the tentative parcel map, they approved it by resolutions, and in those resolutions there are several findings, actually there's multiple findings that are set forth in those resolutions to support the decision to approve and adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program, the statement of overriding considerations, and all the other findings set forth in the revised final EIR. And so the council is considering and incorporating by reference all of those findings that were made by the Planning Commission. And finally, the council will be taking into consideration the issues that are raised in a letter that were received from the Attorney General's office regarding specific issues that we've asked and invited the environmental consultant here tonight to explain in more detail. So again, I'd just like to reiterate that we are here for a specific reason, or for specific reasons, and one of which is that we are addressing the appeal of the Planning Commission's certification of the revised final EIR, which includes a mitigation monitoring and reporting program and a statement of overriding considerations. So it's essentially the same revised final EIR that is presented to the Planning Commission that is being appealed to the City Council. So the Council is being asked to determine whether the Planning Commission's decision should be affirmed. And if the council decides it should be affirmed, then the council is being asked to, again, certify the EIR and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and the statement of overriding considerations, which are part and parcel of this revised final EIR. Now, the issue on the tentative parcel map, the reason why one of the appellants had appealed that was on the basis that the appellant did not believe that the revised final EIR was sufficient to support any of the entitlements, including the tentative parcel map. So in regards to the tentative parcel map, the only issues that will be considered are those same issues that are going to be considered in the context of the appeal of the final revised environmental impact report. And finally, the council is going to consider the development agreement. By state law and pursuant to city's municipal code, a development agreement has to be presented to the city council. The planning commission does not have the authority to approve the development agreement at its level. So that is the reason why the development agreement is being on the agenda tonight for the council's consideration. So back to the entitlements. So there was these various initiatives that were approved in November 2015. And as many of you know, there was a flurry of litigation involving a number of different agencies and a number of different organizations. And the result of that litigation was 4 to 5 issues that the courts have identified that made the revised final EIR deficient. Now the mayor mentioned 4, I mentioned 5 because we originally started out with 5, but the mayor is correct is that we're down to 4 issues now because of the recent opinion from the Court of Appeal. But these initiatives basically approved the WLC specific plan. It approved various amendments to the city's general plan. It approved various amendments to the city's zoning map. It adopted a number of conditions of development, which mirror the mitigation measures that's set forth in the final EIR. And if the council certifies this revised final EIR, those same mitigation measures will be incorporated as conditions of approval in the project automatically. And the result of the initiatives to also repeal the former Moreno Highlands specific plan, which was replaced with the WLC specific plan. So those are the entitlements that basically the developer has in place and they remain effective. And at this point, it's too late for anyone to challenge those. So they pretty much remain vested and effective today. Now, with respect to the EIR, the 5 areas that the court had identified made the final EIR deficient, and again, we're down to 4, are the following. 1, with energy impacts, the court had determined that the final EIR has to provide a comparison of feasible, cost-effective, renewable energy technologies in the energy impacts analysis portion of the EIR. Under biological impacts, the court determined that the EIR should remove all references to the San Jacinto Wilderness Area and multiple species habitat conservation plan and the lands that are considered a buffer zone. Now that's the particular issue that the Court of Appeal has determined is no longer an issue for the city to deal with respect to this buffer zone. The other issues include noise impacts. The Superior Court had rendered an opinion that the final EIR has to provide an analysis of construction noise over ambient levels of noise, has to provide an adequate analysis of construction noise impacts on nearby homes, address the inadequacy of mitigation measures, which the court believes include performance standards or ways to reduce construction noise. The other issue includes agricultural impact. The Superior Court had rendered an opinion that provides that the final EIR and the resolution certifying the final EIR require clarification as to whether the loss of locally important farmlands will have a significant direct or cumulative impact on agriculture. And finally, the last issue that was deemed to be deficient in the final EIR by Judge Waters of the Superior Court has to do with cumulative impacts. The court had rendered an opinion that the final EIR should include consideration of recently constructed and proposed large warehouses in its summary of these projections that we have built in with respect to the World Logistics Center. So as the mayor said, there are hundreds of different issues that the final environmental impact report considered from just across the board. Every kind of imaginable environmental impact you could imagine has been addressed by the final EIR. And out of those hundreds of issues, the Court of Appeal had only identified 5 areas that the Superior Court found to be deficient, which again has been boiled down to just 4 issues. And I'd like to point out too that during this litigation, there were settlement agreements reached. We had reached a settlement agreement with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, wherein there's an agreement that the South Coast Air Quality Management District is going to receive approximately $26 million to be used to improve air quality, with a priority of those projects that particularly are beneficial to the World Logistics Center. And the beneficiaries of this large sum of money includes Riverside County and the Riverside County Transportation Commission, which will be the recipient of several $1 million for road improvements in and near the city. So there was some. I just want to point out that settlement agreement has actually been implemented. So again, we have very limited. The council has very limited authority or discretion to make its determination tonight. So again, on the final environmental impact report, which has been appealed, there are those 4 issues that need to be addressed. And we've invited the environmental consultant here tonight to address each one of those issues and to explain how the final environmental impact report has been recirculated and how we have responded to each of those issues, and to the extent that it was required, where those mitigation measures are in our mitigation reporting program. So, with respect to the development agreement, I just want to point out that because the development agreement did not survive the initial litigation, we are left, we meaning the city is left without the benefits that the developer has an obligation to provide upon the build out of the WLC project. And there is a long list of those benefits that include, let me see here, that basically is going to result in 20,000 permanent jobs in the community, 13,000 construction jobs, $2.5 billion of annual economic benefit to the city and the region, $3 billion in construction dollars spent locally, $22 million for public education annually, $20 million paid to local school districts, $7 million provided by the developer for education and workforce training, and $5.7 million paid annually to the city's general fund. So those are the benefits that are left outstanding right now with respect to this project. So essentially in the development agreement, the city had promised to exercise its best efforts to approve this project by approving certain development entitlements. Well, the city had followed through on those promises, and so it's met its part of the bargain in the development agreement. But unfortunately, since the development agreement did not survive the litigation over the project, it has to be brought back for the city council to consider. And again, if the development agreement is not adopted, the developer will have no legal obligation to provide these benefits to the city of Moreno Valley. The last issue I'd like to point out has to do with some issues that were raised over potential conflicts of interest. Now, just like what happened with the Planning Commission, I had heard that, or been seeing pictures of, some of the planning commissioners talking to the applicant. That happens quite often with any city. Generally planning commissioners and or city council members, have a responsibility to, conduct discovery for themselves to learn more about the project. And oftentimes that includes having a meeting with the applicant. Now, I should point out that we are not supposed to have what is called serial meetings, meaning that we can't have a majority of the council meeting with the applicant and sharing information about the substance of their discussions with the applicant. None of that has occurred. So I just want to point that out for the record, that there is no record and no evidence that there were any serial meetings conducted by either the planning commissioners and or the city council. So the issue of, I gather that the reason why this particular issue was raised is because there seems to be an appearance of bias if we see a commissioner or council member, talking to the applicant. And again, that is all based on an appearance. Now, the courts have recognized the issue of bias in the sense that if you have a particular decision maker who has exhibited certain conduct that makes it appear that that person will never that person has his or her mind made up and is not likely to change the mind despite the evidence, despite the testimony, then there would be bias. But under this doctrine of common law bias, it does not preclude individual decision makers from expressing their opinions about a particular project, about whether the project would be good for the community or not be good for the community. They have the right to do that. Under this doctrine, it does not prohibit elected officials or decision makers from meeting individually with either consultants, members of the public, or even the applicant to gather information that will assist them in making the decision. The other issue I'd like to address with respect to conflicts has to do with campaign contributions. That issue has been raised by one of the appellants, and so I just want to state for the record that under California law, a campaign contribution does not form the basis for financial conflict of interest. That's the law. So just because one of the council members may have received a financial contribution from anybody in the community, that does not preclude that council member from participating in any decision that affects that the person who contributed that campaign contribution. So I hope that kind of puts that issue to rest, because when we hear that complaint or that allegation, it sounds bad and it looks bad, but it is not against the law. And it's not against the law because if that were the case, we wouldn't have anybody making decisions at the council level. And the reason why, the other reason why that does not constitute bias is because if we were to preclude elected officials from making decisions based on a campaign contribution, we would probably end up with only wealthy people who could afford to run for office, who don't necessarily represent the community, because they would be the only ones who would be able to afford to run for office without any campaign contributions. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my remarks on this. I know that I ran on for about 30, 40 minutes at the Planning Commission meeting, and all the information that I had explained or discussed at the Planning Commission meeting or Planning Commission public hearing, it's set forth in the current staff report. So I summarized a lot of the information that I provided during that public hearing in today's staff report. Now, next we're going to have our environmental consultant, city's environmental consultant, comment specifically about the reasons for the appeal. We had specifically asked the consultant to review each of the appellant's appeals and identify the reasons for their appeals. And we wanted the environmental consultant to respond to each one of those issues and to also let the public know whether or not there were any mitigation measures that are going to be implemented to address those specific issues. Another big issue that's been floating about out there has to deal with these CARB issues. Now, these CARB issues were brought up in the context of a joint letter with the California Attorney General's office. And I'd just like to point out that neither of those organizations are considered to be responsible agencies or trustee agencies that are part of the CEQA process. But nonetheless, we did not ignore those comments. And so I asked the consultant to be prepared tonight to also address each one of those CARB issues that were raised in that joint letter and to identify any mitigation measures that are going to be implemented that address those CARB issues. And finally, there's an issue that was raised with respect to cap and trade. I think that's going to be a very simple issue that the consultant will address, because as that is no longer an issue. It's moot because we're not going to consider that issue as part of the project's mitigation measures, but I'll defer to the consultant on those issues. And I'd just like to point out too that what you're going to hear from Ms. Roos, our environmental consultant, is information that her team has put into writing. So as part of the record, we have separate documents that not only consider the appeal issues that were raised and the responses to those and identify where the mitigation measures are with respect to those, but we had them do the same thing with respect to the CARB issues that were raised in that joint letter. And finally, we have received a voluminous amount of correspondence. We received letters, we received emails, you name it, we received it. And we are probably still receiving some information. Now, a lot of the information that we've received since the Planning Commission public hearing, based on my review of it, is pretty much the similar, if not the same information that was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission. But nonetheless, I had asked the consultant to also address those issues that had not been addressed by the Planning Commission. So we have those responses in writing as well. So I encourage anyone who has any further questions about, the specifics of our responses and the mitigation measures to take a look at these 3 documents that are included as part of the record, which we have posted online for the public to review. So, Mr. Mayor, unless I miss anything, again, the environmental consultant is going to address all the environmental issues and all the technical issues. I will be available to discuss anything else you want me to discuss at this point.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, we're just going to keep going straight ahead to the consultant.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Heidi Roos from ESA, the environmental consulting firm, assisting the city with the EIR. Subsequent to the Planning Commission approval of the revised final EIR on May 14th, 2020, an appeal, as been mentioned, was filed by Earth Justice on behalf of its clients. The appellants challenged the adequacy of the revised final EIR related to specifically the analysis of greenhouse gases, agricultural resources, biological resources, and noise impacts. Also, as stated, detailed written responses to the arguments set forth in the appeal have already been submitted to the city. However, I've been asked to provide a brief overview of those responses for your consideration. The revised final EIR presented to the City Council tonight reflects over 5 years of investigation of the project's environmental effects. The original 2015 EIR has been supplemented with additional environmental analysis to address the 5 deficiencies identified by the court, but also to update important topics such as air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. Through this process, the contested issues have been substantially narrowed, and the remaining issues raised in the appeal have been fully considered and addressed in the revised final EIR. With respect to greenhouse gas emissions, appellants object to the project's reliance on cap and trade in calculating the GHG emissions to be mitigated. In the revised final EIR, the project no longer relies on cap and trade. Further revised GHG mitigation measure 4.7.7.1 requires that the World Logistics Center project mitigate all GHG emissions without the consideration of cap and trade to net zero through a combination of on-site measures and ultimately the retirement of offset carbon credits. The revised mitigation measure also sets a clear and quantifiable performance standard of net zero. The mitigation measure requires that offsets resulting from construction and operational emissions be permanently retired prior to the emissions occurring. Furthermore, the mitigation measure is fully enforceable by the city through their review of well-accepted means of offset carbon credit authentication, which includes verification by CARB-approved registries using accredited third-party verification bodies and that rely upon established and approved offset carbon credit protocols and tracking mechanisms with unique serial numbers for retired credits. Appellants are critical of the registries and the use of carbon credits, but the standards utilized by these registries are the highest standards available for the voluntary carbon credit market. The CARB process for compliance credits provides a path to ensure CEQA compliance for voluntary market carbon credit. To be approved, offset project registries must meet CARB's rigorous requirements and professional standards. The third-party validation and verification process established by each of these CARB-approved registries is designed to ensure that the offset credits they approve, whether regulatorily or voluntary, and whether they are the result of the 6 CARB-approved project protocols or the result of other protocols, are real, measurable, permanent, additional, independently verified, enforceable, and unique. The city has invited a number of additional experts on the subject of credits and registries to speak at the conclusion of my remarks. Because of the nature of the Earth's atmosphere, the use of a GHG offset credit produced anywhere in the world is appropriate CEQA mitigation for GHG emissions. CEQA guidelines recognize, as the science supports and the courts have articulated, that the contribution to climate change by GHG emissions is an environmental impact on a global scale, and thus must be evaluated cumulatively. The World Logistics Center project is consistent with the scoping plan's guidance to local governments on the use of carbon offsets for GHG emissions mitigations after on-site reduction strategies are incorporated. The WLC project commits to numerous on-site design features and feasible mitigation measures to reduce GHG emissions. Local measures to be implemented by the project include the incorporation of solar power electricity generation on the project site, substantially reduced water consumption, requirements that all trucks servicing WLC be 2010, model year 2010 or newer, and all forklifts and pallet equipment be zero emissions. Also includes the installation of ZEV charging equipment, electric vehicle, zero emission vehicle charging equipment, the use of zero emission site maintenance equipment, and requirements that all buildings exceed the current Title 24 energy efficiency by 10%. The construction of an LNG CNG renewable fuel station to service the center. In addition, the project invests in regional reductions of criteria pollutants through the requirement that all construction equipment meet Tier 4 final standards and through the aforementioned South Coast AQMD agreement to pay $26 million in air quality improvement fees. With these enforceable project components as the foundation for the project's GHG reductions, it would, quote, be appropriate and feasible to mitigate project emissions through purchasing and retiring carbon credits. With respect to agricultural resource impacts, appellants misread the pertinent mitigation measure. To address agricultural resource impacts, mitigation requires that a conservation easement be provided prior to the issuance of any grading permit on land identified as farmland of local importance. Mitigation has not been deferred. The revised final EIR provides an analysis of impacts on wildlife from increased traffic and analysis of potential cumulative impacts that could occur as a result of cumulative development, including the Villages of Lakeview. Appellants claim that the Villages of Lakeview project wasn't considered, but that is just wrong. In addition, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife submitted comments to the Planning Commission and further revisions to biological resources mitigation measures to ensure the protection of wildlife were made to address those comments. Impacts to biological resources have been fully evaluated. The noise analysis was completely redone in compliance with the Superior Court ruling, and new mitigation measures were identified. Appellants now argue that the old 2015 mitigation measures should be implemented instead, but the 2015 mitigation measures are irrelevant as compared to the current revised measures. Many project-related noise impacts are less significant with applicable mitigation, and for those remaining potentially significant impacts, all feasible mitigation measures have been included. For example, mitigation to reduce traffic noise impacts includes potential construction of a sound barrier along affected roadways to shield noise-sensitive receptors, or the inclusion of a permanent sound barrier could effectively reduce noise. Mitigation requires that 100% of the affected homeowners vote in favor of allowing the construction of such a barrier on their property. Appellants demand that the EIR be recirculated for further comment revision, but nothing presented by appellants meets CEQA's strict requirements for recirculation. The revised final EIR has been prepared in compliance with CEQA and is ready to be certified. All mitigation is adequate pursuant to CEQA, and all analytical methodologies have been explained fully and all appendices included in the revised final EIR. With that, I respectfully conclude my prepared remarks and would like to call on David Antonelli, President and CEO of Vera, as a credit expert to further the discussion as Steve had promised on the credit issues raised. David, can you identify yourself? Tim, are we able to patch David in?
There we go. Yes, this is David Antonioli. Can you hear me now?
We've got you, David. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic. Great. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I do have a few slides that are prepared. I'm wondering if I could share my screen. Is that possible? If not, I can do this without that.
We'll enable that in just 1 second. Go ahead and try it now, David.
Okay. Let me see. It might take a couple seconds for the prompt to come here. I don't see anything that gives me any kind of function to share my screen.
At the bottom, do you see a green share screen?
No, I don't. I don't.
David, you may not have the ability because you came in through the attendees track and not a panelist track.
Yeah,
Right.
So.
That probably is it.
Just go ahead and move on. Go ahead and move on, David.
That's
please.
fine. Sure. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is David Antonioli. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Vera. Vera is a nonprofit 501c3 organization based in Washington, D.C. And our role is to certify projects that generate greenhouse gas emission reduction credits and generate a number of other sustainable development outcomes. We manage a number of standards. The one that's most relevant for this conversation is the VCS program, that stands for the Verified Carbon Standard. And it is the most important, the largest greenhouse gas crediting program in what is called the voluntary market, which was already explained before. We wanted to share with you a little bit about what we do so that you can understand why there's integrity behind what we do. And in a nutshell, some of these words have already been described, but we issue carbon credits. We call them verified carbon units. And there's 8 basic things that each carbon credit has to have before we issue it. It needs to be real, meaning that it needs to have happened already. It needs to be measurable. It needs to be permanent in the event that projects that are based on land-based projects need to have some mechanism to ensure that those reductions are permanent and stay in the ground for the long term. They need to be additional, which means they go beyond business as usual and represent an additional reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. They need to be independently verified by an auditor. They need to be transparently listed on a registry. They need to be uniquely numbered, and they need to be conservatively estimated. So the way that this all works is that these fit into a set of rules and procedures which we develop and implement over the course of the lifetime of a project. And the way it really works is that, I mentioned all these things, all these requirements, but the way we make it work and we make it operational so that a project can follow it is essentially, we have all these rules based on a document. It's called the VCS standard. And we have specific rules for 3 key elements that give you the requirements that help serve to operationalize the 3 elements that I just described. The first one relates to developing accounting methodologies. These are the parameters and the data sets that different projects need to gather and report on a regular basis to be able to demonstrate that they're actually reducing greenhouse gas emissions. If you have a project that, for example, is implementing renewable energy, they need to measure the meters, and then they also have to measure the grid emission factor to assess what the impact of that project is. If it's a landfill gas project, you're collecting different kinds of data, and if it's a land-based project, it's even different data. But we have rules that set out the procedures that accounting methodologies have to be developed under. The second one relates to independent auditing. As you heard me say before, one of the key elements of our program is that all VCUs, all verified carbon units, have to be independently audited by a third-party auditor. And we have rules around who can audit. Those auditors tend to work, they have to work under accreditation systems that we work with. And we are the ones who oversee the auditors' work to make sure that they're doing their job right. We make sure they get trained right, that the right experts are on board, and that they're fulfilling their job as auditors. And the final part relates to a registry system. One of the key tenets of the voluntary carbon market, and really any market, is that all of the activity needs to be listed and on some database or registry that is publicly available to anybody, for anybody to see. And so that's what we call our registry system. And these three elements, the accounting methodologies, the independent auditing, and the registry system, are essentially what makes us operationalize the various different elements of a verified carbon unit that I described before. Now, you'll hear from the Climate Action Reserve. I think that they pretty much have the same basic construct. And that's what we've learned over the years, that credible, legitimate greenhouse gas crediting programs have these basic features that ensure the integrity of the units that we issue. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I wanted to share that with you to give you a sense of what we do, why we do it, and how it is that we operate and serve as an entity to provide integrity into this market and give it confidence.
David, just so you know, we're not going to do questions right now. We're going to continue. Okay, the questions will come at a little bit later.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so
okay, well, thank you
we're going to go back to Heidi. Okay, Heidi.
Yes. Yes. Hi. I'm also going to call on Zach Eiler, the Vice President of Ruby Canyon, to speak now.
Okay, and if they can keep their comments brief too, because I want to start to get the public already in so that they can start testifying. Thank you.
Zach?
Yes, this is Zach Eiler. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
All right, thank you so much for allowing me to comment today. Yeah, Zach Eiler, Vice President of Ruby Canyon Environmental. We're a small environmental consulting company founded in 2005, and one of our areas of expertise is greenhouse gas emissions. And our role primarily related to that is as a third-party verification company or auditor, as David just mentioned. We work in the California Compliance Offset Program. We're an accredited verification company. We also work in many of the voluntary programs, including the Verified Carbon Standard, Climate Action Reserve, and the American Carbon Registry. So we work in both the compliance and the voluntary offset programs. And over the last decade, we've verified over 600 carbon offset projects, so have a lot of experience in this area. And I just wanted to highlight for a couple of minutes what goes into the verification process or the audit process for carbon offsets, which is a key component in ensuring the integrity of the carbon offsets that are generated, and in confirming those key criteria that have already been mentioned: real, quantifiable, permanent, etc. And I think there's a couple key components related to verification that helps ensure our work and the quality of our work as a verifier. One thing that David just mentioned previously is that verification companies are accredited. Not any company can go out and be a verifier. We're accredited by the ANSI National Accreditation Board, U.S. accreditation company. We go through a rigorous audit process, and this ensures that us as a company have the policy and procedures in place to complete verifications in a competent manner. On top of that, we're a part of the voluntary programs such as VERA and the Climate Action Reserve. They require additional trainings, and they also audit our work. And all this goes to ensure that we're competent in what we do and ensuring the integrity of carbon offsets. Another key component is we act as in a third-party capacity. We have very strict impartiality and conflict of interest rules that we're governed by. So before every verification we start, we have to certify we have no conflict of interest. And we're really impartial to the outcome of the project. Whether the project gets 5 credits or 5,000 credits, technically, we don't care. We obviously want projects to be successful, but really we only care about that the criteria and the standards are met for that project. The verification process is extremely rigorous. Probably our clients might say a little too rigorous sometimes. I ask too many questions, but we conduct these verifications to a reasonable level of assurance, which means it's extremely very thorough review. So I think in sum, the verification component is really key for all the programs we work in compliance and the voluntary market. And it really provides assurance that all the carbon offsets that are generated meet those key criteria. And I'll end with one question that we get asked a lot about is, are there differences between the compliance offset programs, such as California's, and the voluntary offset programs? And does verification differ between those two? And I would say there are some minor differences procedurally, but by and large, they're very much the same. They have a similar process. Many of the underlying standards are similar. And actually, in actuality, most compliance programs, such as California, based many of their verification requirements on ones that were previously developed by voluntary programs and utilized throughout the world. So in terms of integrity, quite honestly, there's not much difference between a compliance offset verification and a voluntary offset verification. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. At this time, before we get to the public testimony, I'm going to go ahead and ask council. Actually, staff, is there any further report?
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing further to report.
Okay, so I'm going to close the staff report, and then now I'm going to do council questions of staff. So with this one, the way it's going to work is we're going to do one round, and we'll go ahead and start with a council member. We'll start with Councilmember Thornton for council questions. So this is not comments, it's just questions. And then comments and deliberation, that will actually take place once we get to after the public testimony, because we have to hear the public testimony first. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started with council questions of staff, and we'll go ahead and start with council member, or actually any council member, if they have any questions. If not, we can move on to public testimony. Okay, Councilmember Marquez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Zach and David, I don't know if they're still on or not, or they can hear me.
Yeah, they should be able to hear you.
The question is cost. When you're hired to do a project this sort, this big, this massive project, how do you calculate your cost on these? Either one, Zach or David.
Yeah, this is Zach Eiler. Yeah, when we go to verify different types of projects, there's a couple of different things we take into consideration for cost on how much our work, the verification, would cost. It's the size of the project, the type. There's a large variety of different types of offset projects, such as there's land use, there's landfill gas capture, there's forestry projects. So they all vary in terms of the level of effort that's required. A key component that we have to do for all verifications is visit the project. And so that could be very different. It could be visiting a landfill gas capture facility that doesn't take that much time, usually a day's worth of work. Whereas if you verify a large forestry project, you could have field foresters out in the field for over a week. And so that obviously would be more expensive.
Okay. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council member? Okay, Councilmember Cabrera, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you everyone from the consultants to staff for giving us some background on this particular project. So one question that I have is actually regarding the court opinions that have come out, particularly related to this project. One of the court opinions actually was released just a couple of weeks ago, and that was the appellate court decision where the court found that the greenhouse gas analysis, in their opinion, was inadequate. But as has already been stated by staff, the cap and trade that was used to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions is no longer being used for the project. Now it's the new mitigation measure 4.7.7.1. So my question is, on June 12th, there was a new court opinion that was issued. The case is Sierra Club versus San Diego County. And in that particular case, it sounds like the same mitigation measure that is being implemented now for the World Logistics Center was found inadequate. And that was just on June 12th. So my question is, how is this being addressed? If that appellate court already found that this mitigation measure is inadequate, how is this being addressed, and how is this mitigation measure for the World Logistics Center going to pass the courts?
Okay, so that would probably be more to the city attorney. Or city attorney, you can delegate who you want to respond.
Yeah, Heidi, do you have a response to this? Because my response is that we're bound by the Court of Appeal opinion that's been issued specifically for our case based on the facts that we're dealing with. And so in the very end, we will have to report back to the Superior Court to demonstrate to the Superior Court that we have followed through on our obligations to meet CEQA requirements based on the issues that she found the environmental impact report deficient. With respect to the current tentative opinion, the Court of Appeal, Councilmember Cabrera is correct that we are not dealing with cap and trade issue. That's what the opinion was centered around. We're not dependent on it to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions. We believe that that issue has now been adequately addressed based on the court opinions that apply to our specific set of facts.
Okay.
But I don't know if Heidi, you have anything else to add?
Very, very quickly, I thought this would come up. A great question. And so, yes, on June 12th of 2020, the Court of Appeal, 4th Appellate District, filed its decision in the case of Golden Door Properties, v. County of San Diego, regarding in part the county's allowance of carbon offset credits. And although it looks similar to our mitigation measure, it is different what their mitigation strategy is. So in light of that, in the last 4 days, we've reviewed this appellate decision, all 137 pages in depth, which did in fact find San Diego County's GHG mitigation measure to be invalid. And we offer a strengthened version of mitigation measure 4.7.7.1 for this project submitted tonight to specifically address any problems identified by that court decision. And with those edits, the city and the public can be assured that the carbon credits offered by the World Logistics Center applicant are valid and legal.
Okay, and so with this, thank you so much. And so with this revised EIR with the recertification, it will ultimately have to go back to the trial court, the Riverside Superior Court, to reevaluate and see if it does comply with CEQA. Is that correct, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think this one was answered, but the auditing of credits for the mitigation measure 4.7.7.1, it was mentioned that those have to be audited. Is that going to be done by Zach Eiler and the company that he represents? Is that correct?
Steve or Zach?
Yes, I can try to respond. Heidi might be able to. I think my understanding of the mitigation measure is that a variety of different programs and projects could be used in a variety of methodologies. And so there are, my company is not the only verification company. There are other ones that are accredited and certified with those programs. And so they could also audit and verify those projects, which would then generate credits through some of the programs that we've talked about, Climate Action Reserve and Vera.
Thank you, Zach. And another question. So looking again at this new mitigation measure that was included last Thursday in the agenda, the staff report and the agenda packet, my understanding is that the whole point of this mitigation measure is to basically mitigate any, GHG production or any environmental impacts regarding to like air quality, especially that would result from the World Logistics Center. So my question is, this mitigation measure, the developer or the project is going to basically pay for credits, right? So it's not necessarily reducing air pollution here in Moreno Valley or along the 60. So with the mitigation measure, how can we be assured, or how do we know that where that air pollution is going to be decreased, where those mitigations are actually going to take place? How do we know how much it's going to decrease the air pollution here in Moreno Valley? Can those credits be purchased anywhere in the world, or does it have to be specifically here in the county and the state, or can those credits be purchased for anywhere in the world?
Steve, if you could, as the staff representative, go ahead and respond, or you can delegate to anyone.
Yeah, I'll defer to Heidi on this particular issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So specifically on the greenhouse gas offset credits, those would be allowed to be purchased on the market and are not geographically constrained to even to California's boundaries, as global climate change is, as the name says, a global phenomena. The $26 million paid in air quality mitigation fees to the South Coast AQMD is targeted for regional reductions. So again, not necessarily specific to Moreno Valley, but air does flow within the basin, and that is to help with the more localized impacts to air pollutants.
Thank you, Heidi. And so just for clarification purposes, the mitigation measure is different from the $26 million settlement that's being paid to AQMD. Right? Those are two separate.
Very much. I just, when you said air pollutants, I wanted to talk about both those criteria pollutants like NOx and SOx in particulate matter and GHGs. So yes, but 4.7.7.1 is specifically to greenhouse gases.
Okay, thank you. And so the reason why I asked that question is because it's good, right? It's really good that these mitigation measures are being implemented to address environmental impacts such as air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions and all that. That's really good. But I was wondering if it's possible for this project to specifically address those environmental impacts here locally. I know that AQMD and the $26 million is partially going to do that, but is it possible, I think this question is more for Steve and city staff, but is it possible to first look at local GHG production, sources of air pollution, and then work our way out to make sure that we're addressing air pollution and environmental impacts here for Moreno Valley, instead of just from the get-go allowing those credits to be purchased from anywhere in the world? Because through my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but through this mitigation measure and the purchase of credits, it could mitigate air pollution in Germany or in England or China. But my hope is that we can look at mitigating those impacts here in Moreno Valley first, and then in the county of Riverside, and then in the state, and so on and so forth. So is it possible to do that, to implement that into this, Steve?
Yeah, one of the documents that's included in the final EIR is a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. And so as we implement these mitigation measures, we have an obligation to monitor it. And I'm fairly certain that when we monitor this, we're going to be more concerned about our air quality. Heidi, can you kind of give a summary of how the revised final EIR analyzed local air pollution?
Yes, we did in fact study both the regional and localized nature of air pollutant and impacts to, specifically those in and around the World Logistics Center. But we went as far as the roadway networks, which would take you, from the port to the campus and beyond. So we, in this EIR, due to the nature of this being such a large project and its reach through the basin, we studied health risk impacts all along those routes and within a very large area. So we studied it on a very, very small local level, the house across the street, all the way through a very basin-wide nature when it came to health effects and health risk assessment.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the supply chain is extensive, and those environmental impacts are going to be from all over the world. So, okay, thank you for that. And my last question is more of a clarification request, but it's in regards to the actual timeline and the process for construction. I think this was also mentioned before, but just for clarification, Steve or anyone else from planning, maybe Manny Mancha, can you just briefly explain how it would work? So this specific plan is just part of it. In the future, there will have to be individual plot plans and parcel maps for a particular warehouse, for example. So, can you just briefly clarify how that works? This item on the agenda is not approving a particular warehouse. It's approving the project generally, and in the future, there will have to be individual plot plans submitted to the city for those individual warehouses. Is that correct?
Okay, we'll have Mike. Mike, if you can address that or delegate to Manuel.
Mayor, I can address that.
Okay, yeah, just address it directly. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Right now, what we're not proving the development of subdividing the property and looking at the buildings or structures or parking, anything like that. Right now, we're just looking at approving the environmental document and looking at the development agreement. But again, they will have to come back for review of the planning staff, development standards, architectural features, and the subdivision of all parcels for new development.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me go back here. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead. Let me just double check. Okay. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and end the council questions of staff. I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing. At this time, if you could please mute your mic, I would appreciate that. Thank you. At this time, I want to administer the oath affirmation to everyone who has signed up to testify, including the appellants. Everyone should raise their right hand at this time. And here's the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that during your public testimony, when you speak, you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth under possible penalty of perjury? So now, Madam Clerk, we will go ahead and have the two appellants come up and speak. The first one is Adrian Martinez, and the next one is Angel Lopez. These were the individuals that appealed, so they'll go ahead and have 10 minutes each. Okay. So Adrian.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. My name is Adrian Martinez, and I'm an attorney for Earth Justice. I'm counsel for petitioners, Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, Center for Biological Diversity, Coalition for Clean Air, Sierra Club, and San Bernardino Valley Audubon in the current California Environmental Quality Act litigation that's pending before the 4th Appellate District. I want to start by saying I appreciate Interim City Attorney Quintanilla saying tonight represents the best of our democratic process. But I agree that the democratic process is important. It's important to vet these issues in public and have a robust debate. But Earth Justice and our clients hold this democratic process as sacred. But the process is only as good as the information the public and decision makers like yourself have to base your decisions. Tonight, the best of our democratic process would be for the City Council to reject this decision and send it back to the Planning Commission to fix the legal problems with this project. Overall, the documents that span back to 2015, 2 environmental impact reports that have been revised since then, myriad technical reports, sow confusion in the project and what is or is not part of the project and what the impacts are. I want to address some specific issues. I feel like I've written and provided as many comments as I can in this project process through the litigation and the administrative process, but I'm always amazed that new issues come up. The first thing I want to address is at the front of the hearing, there was stated that cannot address issues beyond those where petitioners won in the Superior Court in front of Judge Waters. And in fact, that issue, they said one of those issues we cannot discuss, which is the biological impact. First, I want to just say that that's wrong. Importantly, it ignores that there have been significant changes to the environmental impact report since the 2015 EIR. All those have been presented, these issues have been presented for public review and public comment. All these issues are valid now. Importantly, what was mentioned at the beginning is that only the 5 issues where petitioners won are at issue here. But we did lose one issue at the Superior Court that we appealed, which is the greenhouse gas issue. So it's been unclear whether that issue is part of this appeal. And I contend that it is. We can discuss this greenhouse gas issue just like your technical consultants have. The second issue is it was stated that on the biological impacts issue, that that issue has gone away. That is a wrong reading of the tentative decision. And obviously it's a tentative decision in that case. It hasn't been finalized, but your lawyers are misapprehending what that ruling says. It doesn't say that the biological impacts section was lawful. It actually remands that issue back to the Superior Court to address at least one issue. Overall, this is a problematic project from a health, climate, and ecological point of view. I want to spend a little bit of time discussing a few issues related to the greenhouse gas issues because it's an important discussion. The first issue I want to talk about is we found out for the first time that there are claims that the cap and trade argument is being abandoned. The documents before you today are internally inconsistent, where the revised final EIR continues to discuss at length about cap and trade. Even the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that was before the Planning Commission in May is different than the one that is before you now. So at best, this issue is internally inconsistent, and it's not clear to the public or anyone here that you've abandoned this cap and trade argument. But let's say for the sake of argument that you have, it poses a big problem for you tonight. And the main reason is if you abandon the cap and trade argument, it means you have a significant impact that was previously not disclosed. That is prime textbook recirculation arguments where you need to put these issues out to the public for a full and robust analysis, review, and set of comments. Here, you're trying to have it both ways, and that's just not permissible. The second issue I want to raise is around the offsets issue. I find it interesting that the court decision that was released on Friday of last week was remedied by a mitigation measure that's new that was released the night before. It's fundamentally not possible that the city attorney and the consultants knew what the decision of the Court of Appeal in San Diego was going to be and could address those issues. We believe that the new mitigation measure MM 4.771 is patently unlawful, and we don't think the information that's new provided today rectifies it. And so a couple things just to point out. This is a wholly new mitigation measure. While the consultants and other people that may testify might call minor tweaks to the language, this is a mitigation measure that first appeared in late April for a Planning Commission hearing in May. It was amended again last Thursday night. While I appreciate that the two speakers, David Antonolio and Zach Eiler, claim that their credit protocols meet the rigorous standards of California, I think the Fourth Appellate District issued an opinion that differs dramatically from that assumption. And it's understandable. I often get critiqued for working on this project and that I live in or work in Los Angeles and am working on Moreno Valley. It's understandable that consultants from out of state, Washington, D.C. and Colorado may not understand the rigors of the California Environmental Quality Act, the California Air Resources Board process, and what goes in to make our greenhouse gas laws work. The other point I want to make is I appreciate this discussion of the democratic process because I think that is really important when it comes to offsets. I really discourage the city council from approving this project because one of the distinctions that the Court of Appeal recently made on Friday related to the San Diego case was the rigors of offsets that fall under the cap and trade program. And the fact that the public can view them, provide comment on them, and it's a democratic process. What we have here, where although I appreciate the two consultants coming to speak to us, it's inherently undemocratic. It's not open, and it's not a rigorous process. And that's why the Court of Appeal rejected it flatly on Friday of last week. I also like to address that the project continues to remain flawed for failure to include mitigation. I appreciate the discussion of doing more on site, and I think that's an important thing to take away from this. What this project is proposing is to reduce about 11% of its greenhouse gas emission and use offsets from anywhere in the world for 89%. I think the appropriate discussion is why not get reductions for greenhouse gases on site or in the project vicinity. And I think that's one of the flaws that the Court of Appeals raised concerns about. And I think your mitigation measure suffers from precisely the same flaws. I want to point to one technical issue related to the mitigation measure that appeared Thursday night, 3 business days before the hearing. It references a table in the errata, the June 9th errata. That table doesn't exist in the June 9th errata. So even the mitigation measure referenced in the statement of overriding considerations and the findings references a table that doesn't exist. I encourage the City Council to direct the Planning Commission to solve the flaws with the climate change impacts before moving forward with this project. We also remain concerned about the biological impacts, mitigation measures, and other flaws that have been articulated. We remain concerned that several state agencies, the California Air Resources Board, the agency responsible for implementing our climate change laws, has opposed this analysis. We remain concerned that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has raised significant concerns that have not been addressed in this project. And we remain concerned that the Attorney General of California has raised concerns. And while the consultants may seek to understate the import of those agencies weighing in, we believe as the appellants in the case, these are vital agencies and their issues need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Okay, next speaker is Angel Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. As I was introduced, Angel Lopez, I am a Moreno Valley resident, a taxpayer, combat veteran, wounded warrior, public servant. Tonight, I submit to the council my appellant brief as an individual citizen. The Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution states, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The basic rule of procedural due process is very simply stated. Before government deprives a person of a protected interest in liberty or property, that person must be given reasonable notice of the action and a reasonable opportunity to be heard. If a decision maker is biased in the legal sense, a hearing before him or her would violate due process because the decision maker cannot reasonably be expected to render a decision on the evidence because his or her mind is wholly made up before the decision is made, or he or she is unduly swayed by some special interest or prejudice with respect to the matter. A recent decision concerning bias in the context of the common law doctrine regarding conflicts of interest is Clark versus City of Hermosa Beach. This case demonstrates that even where a council member has no financial interest in a decision and no conflict under the Political Reform Act, and I would argue planning commissioners Disqualification for bias can be required under California's common law requirements of a fair hearing and under the common law conflict of interest doctrine. Now, Moreno Valley, we were denied a fair hearing under the common law conflict of interest doctrine on May 14, 2020, when the Planning Commission, stacked with friends, colleagues, and political supporters of the mayor with 3 other council members and political action committee officers of Edo Benzivi and Highland Fairview, rammed through the WLC FEIR, ignoring overwhelming public testimony, ignoring a letter sent to the city's planning division from the California Attorney General Xavier Becerra, who argued the FEIR contained flaws, and until the shortcomings were corrected, the FEIR should not be certified by the city. Further, ignoring a second letter from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife dated May 13, 2020, sent to the planning division with additional flaws, the city's planning official was not sufficiently qualified to approve actions related to translocation plans for rare plant species, burrowing owls, and other wildlife. The Planning Commission, stacked with biased appointees, failed to fulfill their duty and obligation to hold a fair hearing on the WLC FEIR, voting for the measure with bias. For these actions, I recommend the council vote no on the WLC FEIR agenda item today and remand back to the Planning Commission for the four planning commissioners that I named in my appeal to abstain their votes for bias. Thank you, and that concludes my appellant brief.
Great. Okay, thank you, Angel, and thank you, Adrian, for those public comments. We'll go ahead and now, Madam Clerk, go ahead and start with the public testimony, and you'll call 3 individuals at a time. So please be ready to speak, and we're going to allow everyone to speak, and it's going to be 2 minutes each person to allow everyone. Okay? Madam Clerk.
Yes, it's Carrie Thin, George Haig, and Tom Thornsley.
Thank you. And then just keep going after, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, hello. My name is Carrie Than, and I'm a 22-year resident and homeowner in the city of Moreno Valley. And I'm speaking against the staff recommendation for council to accept the World Logistics Center revised environmental impact report, the parcel map, and development agreement. The WLC will be 14,000 truck trips coming into and out of our city every single day. It will drain its runoff into the ephemeral Mystic Lake, add intolerable levels of pollutants to our air, and increase the amount of oil and other harmful chemicals in our storm runoff, further damaging our water table and the ocean. The American Lung Association said, "We have the worst air quality in the nation for the past 22 out of 23 years," and gave the County of Riverside an F failing grade for air quality. The WLC will add more toxic gases to an already burning inferno. As the revised EIR states, there are unmitigated significant findings. This alone should be why you vote no on this item. Just think of the WLC as COVID-19. You've seen the pictures of what a unaffected lung looks like. But now think of the pictures that you might have seen of an infected COVID-19 patient on a respirator. Every single Moreno Valley resident will be exposed to a similar amount of pollutant damage when the WLC is built out. Our lungs will look like a COVID-19 patient struggling to breathe. The developer's own documents tell you that although the documented air, water, and noise pollutants that this project will bring might be mitigated, you should feel as if they will not be. And that purchasing greenhouse credits in Northern California or across the globe so that they can pollute our county and more specifically our city. I'd also like to comment on the fact commissioners that agreed to this project
The next speaker, George Haig, please.
This is George Haig. The decision by Judge Waters said that, and I quote, the EIR is voided in whole, not just these items. Also, the buffer is not set aside by the Court of Appeal. That's very important. And also greenhouse gas is also on the table. Cumulative impacts are very important because this project will add to all the other warehousing that exists. That will impact the San Jacinto wildlife area, the amount of pollution, noise, light, water pollution, all of those will impact the resources of the wildlife area. All along Gilman Springs Road, all along Bridge Street, all along the Ramona Expressway, all along the road called Marvin, which was never analyzed as part of this project. All of those need to be done. The development agreement, going back to Mr. Carrera's question, makes it so that the public will not be able to make comments on all the 20 plus warehouses in the future. This will simply be an in-house type agreement between the developer and staff. You need to oppose the development agreement to allow your constituents the right to give testimony on all of the 20 warehouses that will be coming forward in the next 15 years. You approve the development agreement, that will not happen. The city attorney says there was no evidence in the record of serial meeting. I would like all the city council members to say they did not participate in any serial type meeting in regards to the World at 66 Center, not just saying by the attorney. Air problems are going to impact.
Mr. Thornsley? Mr. Thornsley? Mr. Thornsley, are you there? The next speaker is Andrea Vidaure, Eunice Kang, and Frank Wright. Andrea?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Andrea. I'm with the organization called the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and I have a question for the City Council today. I want to ask you to ask yourselves if this is the best project for your community, and if you're comfortable making a decision that allows for your community and your city neighbors to breathe in and choke on this project, because the information has been laid out to you. This project is going to be buying up 89% of its greenhouse gas credits. Only 11% of those mitigations for greenhouse gas will be mitigated locally. 11%. And we're talking, remember, about the World Logistics Center, right? About how big that is. That 11% is almost nothing. So you're leaving your residents to breathe in toxic pollution, and you're making Moreno Valley a hotspot contributor to climate change. Are you comfortable with the legacy that says you contributed to climate change, one of our most pressing fights that we have in this generation? All for a future that you don't have a guarantee over. You don't know if these are going to be living wage jobs. You don't know who's going to be coming in. You don't know if they'll be temporary or not. What if they're all automated, like we've seen in the past from this developer and other developers in the region? So let's be clear about what we know, what we don't know. We know that you're going to sacrifice your constituents if you go forward in this. We know that you'll have one of the largest carbon footprints in all of the IE if you go forward in this. And you're not going to be mitigating any of it locally. And we also know that you have no guarantee on the jobs. There are alternatives. There are conversations that can be had on how to improve this project and make it follow the law. Listen to that. Thank you.
Eunice Kang?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I want to thank Mayor Gutierrez and the city council members for letting me speak tonight. My name is Eunice Kang. I've lived on Grandview Drive in Moreno Valley for over 20 years. I'm a retired software engineer, and I spent many years commuting between here and Century City. I'm now retired and enjoying many volunteer activities in my church and community. I believe that the environmental impact report adequately addresses the issues on energy, biology, and noise and agricultural impacts. We need to move quickly to recertify this environmental impact report. Why the urgency? Well, unemployment in Moreno Valley is high and rising due to the pandemic. The World Logistics Center can be instrumental in getting our local economy moving again with the creation of thousands of jobs. Also, our city may be facing budget cuts due to the pandemic. The tax revenues paid by the World Logistics Center will be a great help to our city's schools, our first responders, the police, the fire department, and the general functioning of our city. The people who have opposed this project and have opposed this environmental impact report have opposed it from the beginning. And they're largely outside agitators that come here to obstruct and delay the project and to stop it. They act as if this project has not already been approved, which it has been, and they want to get it canceled. They spread misinformation. I just heard yesterday on the Nextdoor app that Cactus was going to be a major truck route for the World Logistics Center.
Frank Wright. Frank Wright. The next three speakers are Jose Ramirez, Diana Valdez, and Jonathan Valdez. Jose? Okay, there's no Jose. Diana Valdez?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Diana Valdez. I live in the 4th District. I've lived here for the past 15 years. I am opposed to 100% opposed to the development of the World Logistics Center because it will generate nearly 2 tons of smog forming emissions. The area that we live in already is rated to have the nation's worst air pollution. Cancer risk from diesel exhaust will be high and respiratory issues will soar. My children have asthma and I want me and my husband to live long enough to be able to take care of them for as long as we can. We do not need more warehouses. It will not create more meaningful jobs, especially for those of us with higher education. All of the warehouses that have been put in the past several years have not done much to help our economy or improve the lives of our residents. Just look at our city. I'm looking out my window right now and I cannot see the mountains. It's covered in smog. Our city is in disrepair. Our roads are horrible. Our homeless population has grown. Our city landscaping has been neglected and our streets are filled with litter. Our schools have been neglected. Our property tax is already through the roof. I do not mind paying more for quality projects that will improve the quality of life of our residents. The World Logistics Center will not. Instead, the WLC will dramatically and negatively affect the public health and quality of life of our residents. Thank you.
Jonathan Valdez?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with all the statements that have been made, I believe that I will probably turn my statement more into a question at this point, because we do understand that the WLC development has already been approved. Obviously, fact of life remains that nothing is permanent, whether it be structures or employment. But there have definitely been a lot of social media discussions. And I believe the main concern of the tax-paying voters is that downstream infrastructure impacts, such as our roads and whatnot. So my question is regarding the checks and balances of these plans and measures. As far as accountability, is that something that will be public domain? Is that something that we can access to ensure that these timelines, the progress is actually being fulfilled or not? And so I do reach out that if that is possible, we'd like to be able to access that and move forward from there. Again, speaking on behalf of the tax-paying voters, thank you.
Okay, the next three speakers are Jason Baez, Roy Bleckert, and Edwin Quillones.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jason.
Can you start my time again, please? Thank you so much. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a member of Labor's International Union of North America. I am totally for this project because a project just like this is what enabled me to enter into our apprenticeship program. That program taught me skills and got me certifications that have carried with me throughout the years, as it will many young people in this local community of ours will have the opportunity to come into our apprenticeship through this program, through this project. Also, projects like this are where we establish lifelong work lines, where we establish bonds between companies and workers, and we are able to obtain more jobs in the future through these bonds. Also, this project will be a well of fortunate things for the community, such as the substantial finances and revenue that will be coming in that were mentioned. Also, jobs for students like myself who were not born with the fortunate opportunities to be given a higher education for free. I've had to pay for my college education that I go to after work. So a job like this will enable students to have a small job that will pay for their higher education. Also, elderly people who are forced to come back into the workforce that didn't have a pension like a union job gives, as well as everyone in between. There are many people in our community that need these small logistic jobs, and a good project like this with construction will enable many of us to spend time with our families and expand our knowledge and bonds with other workers.
Roy Bleckert. Roy Bleckert.
Got it?
You
Hello?
got it. We hear you.
It's time Moreno Valley stopped being treated like the redheaded stepchild. And that's no offense to redheaded stepchildren, but too far in our community, this community's been kicked down, said we couldn't have anything that anybody else have. We couldn't have job opportunity and the freedom to make the choices we want to make. The World Logistics Center and projects like that will create the job opportunities that will make the quality of life much better and are very eco-friendly, and not of the way of carbon credits or diesel truck standards or electric this or that or anything else. It will, the biggest impact, in which is not studied in most of these studies, is the amount of commuting time that it will cut down all across the board. And I defy anybody to dispute this, but the worst pollution that's caused in this whole valley is by idling cars sitting on the freeway and our roads, because of the extra long commutes that keep going on far too long. You reduce that in projects like this, reduce that commute, pick up the quality of life so people can spend more time with their families, have recreation, have more time with their kids, and everything else. So that is why not only this project, but many others that come through the board need to be in our communities, because it will make everybody much better as a whole when we develop projects like this that bring jobs and opportunity in our community. So I urge the council to pass this and many other projects like this so we can have a brighter future in Moreno Valley that all citizens deserve.
Edwin Quiñones. Edwin Quiñones.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Council members, mayor, staff, my name is Edwin Quiñones, and I serve as the treasurer for the Moreno Valley Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I'm here on behalf of the Hispanic Chamber Board of Directors to briefly express our continued support for the World Logistics Center, which will bring jobs, both temporary and long-term, that are needed in our city. We also know that the project will bring other economic benefits to our community and our region, and we encourage you to move forward with approving staff recommendations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
The next three speakers are Alex Zamora, Susan Nash, and Marvin Niles. Alex, you need to accept the unmute. Susan Nash, I'm sorry, Susan Nash.
Yes. My name is Susan Nash. I'm president of Friends of the Northern San Jacinto Valley. First of all, this was improperly before the city council. A public agency like the Planning Commission has no authority to certify the EIR, especially when major changes have been made to the EIR. Nobody was noticed that the EIR needed to be appealed. Nobody was noticed that there were changes made to the EIR, and there is no authority in the Moreno Valley City Code for delegating the authority, which is even contrary to state law. There is no evidence in the record for the alleged San Jacinto Wildlife Area Management Plan, which does not exist. It's a major part of the mitigation for the impacts of the project on the San Jacinto Wildlife Area. It does not exist any more than the CFD Conservation District exists. It's a draft document. When mandatory findings of significance apply, the option of relying on a habitat conservation plan for CEQA analysis only applies when the agency decides to present a mitigated negative deck. The information, the EIR omits basic information for informed decision making. There is no analysis of what the impacts are to the San Jacinto Wildlife Area. The EIR doesn't even indicate what the San Jacinto Wildlife Area is, but there instead analyzes impacts on criteria areas which do not exist. Thank you very much. Please reject this and send it back to the Planning Commission.
Marvin Niles.
There.
Marvin?
Now I'm here. Am I here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, my name's Marvin Niles. I'm a 31-year resident of Moreno Valley, and a 41-year veteran of heavy equipment operator working in projects all over Southern California with many mitigation things that are going on, that are brought up in this report. I have seen the differences over the last 41 years in what emissions have been reduced in heavy equipment, in trucks, and everything around. This valley, when I moved here, you couldn't see the foothills. Now you can. As far as the economic impact, it's huge. We need it. We need people to be able to quit commuting. We need them to spend their gas dollars in town, which will be reduced dramatically, but they'll at least be spent in town. We need them to not be waiting in another town 60 miles away eating dinner because they don't want to sit in traffic. People say that some of these jobs are not livable wage jobs. It will be a livable wage job if they're not spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars a year or a week in commute costs. They'll be spending their money here in town. I believe the mitigation is valid and it should be approved, all the environmental. I oversee this project from where I live. I'm looking at the Skechers building now, one of the cleanest buildings in the country. And I believe that the intention is for all these buildings to be clean energy buildings. And on that note, I will say thank you for letting me speak.
The next three speakers are Richard Licerio, Jose Radillo, Jose Garcia. Richard? Jose Radillo?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
I am a member of Labor's Union, Local 300, and I am for this project. These projects like this help me become a positive member, a productive member of society. It gave me the skills, and it gave me how to interact with people, and it made me be a productive member of society. It helped me to provide for my family. It helped me to get back to society. These projects here help the economy, and also brings a lot of revenue to the city. It helps us give opportunities to other people, and I'm for this project. It gives good wage-paying jobs to people, and it also gives the opportunity to people. So I'm all for this project here. It's real positive, and I just I believe in strong wages, good jobs, good benefit, and it helps support my family. And I'm just totally for it. So, I mean, that's about it. Thank you.
Jose Garcia? The next three speakers are Efrain Lopez, Juan Cerrato, Albert Pollock. Efrain?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Efrain Lopez, and I am a construction worker as well as a La Yuna member. I fully support the World Logistics Center project because this developer will utilize highly skilled union tradesmen and LAUNA members as myself, and I am proud to deal with them. This project will give our local members work close to home, keeping them off the highway with long commutes and help improve our quality of life. When our members can work close to home, they can be more active in the local community, giving back to youth sport programs and local organizations. I ask you to approve the World Logistics Center so workers like myself can keep working to support our families and the community. Thank you.
Juan Cerrato.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm a member of Labor's Union 1184 here in Riverside County. We have over 30,000 members right here in Southern California. We have a skilled and experienced union workforce that is trained to the highest standards, who work safely in the construction industry. This project is vital to our community in these trying times. This project will deliver hundreds of high-quality construction jobs that provide good wages right here in our local communities. This project will keep our members working and help our local economy going. This project will keep our local members closer to home, keep them off the freeways and not sit in traffic for hours. We will be able to spend more time at home and not on the freeways. For this reason, I ask that you approve this project, not only for our members, but for our community. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
The next speaker is Albert Tom Pollock.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name's Albert Pollock, and I'd like to say that the June 2018 writ of mandate ordered all references to the false CDFW conservation buffer area be removed from the EIR, and the potential environmental impacts on biological resources and habitats be reanalyzed without any consideration of said buffer area. The City of Moreno Valley, in performing the mandated reanalysis of biological resources, cannot continue to disregard, ignore the law as it relates to CEQA mandatory findings of significance. The failure of the City of Moreno Valley to identify the take of MSHCP covered species as a mandatory significant impact in the initial 2015 final EIR, and the city's current effort to comply with Judge Waters' writ of mandate continues to corrupt the entire CEQA review of biological resources. It allows the city to avoid making the required findings under CEQA guideline 15091. In addition, pursuant to CEQA guideline section 15025, the city council cannot delegate the review and consideration of the draft recirculated RSFEIR and the making of findings as required by section 15091 and 15093 to the Planning Commission. These CEQA errors are contrary to law. These CEQA errors are clearly prejudicial and require correction by the City of Moreno Valley prior to certification of the revised sections of the final environmental impact report. I appreciate your courtesy. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers are Stephen Wellington, Eddie Rivera, Santiago Hernandez.
Was it clear?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Stephen Wellington. I'm a resident and homeowner of Moreno Valley for 32 years. I worked many years as a project manager in environmental compliance and mitigation efforts. I do have a background in biology and chemistry, so I am quite familiar with some of the issues that have been brought out by the EIR. I'm not here to comment or to add any further comment regarding the EIR, but I'd like to be able to point out a few things. First of all, I believe that this project is very important for this city. And why is that? I believe that it will bring quality of life up in this city. Why is that? I spent 30 years driving on these roads, averaging 3 to 4 hours round trip, 145 miles round trip, spending a lot of time away from my family. When I came here in this city, there were 1,000 families moving in to Moreno Valley, and 70% of the working families had to commute. I don't know exactly what that percentage is now, but I know it's significant. As a bus captain for my church, I often would go and spend quite a bit of time picking up kids, bringing them to our church. And one of the things I found out was that many of our families had parents, both parents having to work and leaving the kids at home. I believe that this project will enable us to be able to have local jobs, allow families to enrich their lives by spending more time together. And I think that it would also help improve our city's community. If indeed we can focus on these things rather than on the legalities and the other things that are not significant, we can indeed see a real change here in Moreno Valley.
Eddie Rivera.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for taking the time and allowing us all to speak. I come before you to show my support for this World Logistics Center project. I am 100% behind it. It's going to bring a much needed economic boost to the general area of Moreno Valley and surrounding communities. It's going to allow hundreds of construction working men and women like myself to get off the freeway and have the opportunity to work close to home. That is very few and far between opportunities that we get to do that on. So each one is important to us and our families. Not to mention the importance it is to my family. My 4 children would like to see me a little bit more time when I get home. Commuting 2 to 3 hours, like the gentleman before me said, is a very common for all of us out here in the Inland Empire, Riverside area. We commute to Orange County, we commute to LA, we spend hours on these freeways. And the opportunity to work close to home is very important to me. It brings the good paying jobs. For those of us not fortunate enough or not smart enough to get a higher education, we decided to get into construction, and this is what we do. So working close to home, again, economic opportunity for the city, for the county, for everybody. It's gonna make things better. It's gonna be a great project to be on. It's gonna be a great center, distribution center, whatever it turns into. It's gonna be built right, skilled and trained working men and women of the construction industry. I 100%, I hope you guys can approve it, get it moving forward. We need it in these times with this pandemic. It's a positive impact.
Santiago Hernandez.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Santiago Hernandez, and I live in Moreno Valley for 27 years. It's a shame that most of the oppositors of this project for Logistics Center are from outside of Moreno Valley. This is the greenest and cleaner project. This is gonna, this project gonna bring a lot of jobs, especially in the time of this pandemic, the COVID-19. There's a lot of people unemployed here, thousands of people. They're gonna get right away a job in the construction of this project. This is the best thing that can be for Moreno Valley and the residents. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Deborah Craig, Bob Palomares, Sandra Murphy. Deborah?
Okay, here I am. Hi, my name is Deborah Craig, and I've lived in Moreno Valley for 30 years. By my own admissions, I don't know anything about EIRs, but I do have 2 social media platforms that reach 100,000 people. I'm not speaking on their behalf. I mean, I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking about what I feel is best for them. I am a huge supporter of World Logistics Center because I see it as a game changer at what Moreno Valley and the Inland Empire can become. Maybe finally Moreno Valley won't have one of the lowest job per resident ratios in the Inland Empire. Maybe Moval will have local economies that really thrive. Maybe Moval residents can get off the freeways and spend time with their children. 5 years ago, the WLC seemed like this huge unrealistic concept. But today, just look around at our neighboring cities, Riverside, Redlands, Paris, Beaumont. They all have jumped on this large distribution facility bandwagon with thousands of residents coming closer to home and helping their local economies. Ironically, these facilities don't have the standards that the WLC does, but they still got to go past. They're still operating. I just don't understand it. It doesn't seem fair. The WLC is like stuck in this time warp, this legal time warp that Moreno Valley can't reach a better destiny than what we are. And I'm just to say, if these people really care about the environment, why didn't they stop those projects? Why is it only Moreno Valley, that everybody's so worried about? In closing, I'm just going to say it's time for Moreno Valley to shine. It's time for Moreno Valley residents and for small businesses to thrive. It's time for the city council to pass it and get this project moving forward. Thank you.
Bob Palomares, followed by Sandra Murphy and Yvette Torres.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Bob.
Yeah, I find that it's just very unfair to Highland Fairview, and more important to the city of Moreno Valley and its citizens. They overwhelmingly want this project. We're way behind in time, in revenue, and in jobs. The people have spoken a long time ago, and they still want it. And we have outsiders that come in the name of the environment, when I kind of think, it's my opinion, that a lot of them come in the name of the environment, but what they're really saying is, show me the money. Because they're all outsiders, they're hired guns, but you got to remember, City Council, the people of your district want this project. CEQA in their guidelines has a statement that says that we are entitled to a project if the benefits outweigh any negative impact. You can go to court from now till the end of time arguing every little sentence. But the thing is that the people want it. Mr. Benzivi and Highland Fairview have gone out of their way, and they build quality projects. And it's going to be maybe a 10-year project, so electric vehicles will be right in line. So you got to vote for it. Thank you.
Sandra Murphy, Yvette Torres.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Murphy.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to give my opinion about this project. It's a long time. Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Vaca, Mr. Cabrera, Ms. Thornton, Mr. Marquez, please do it expertly and fast to reapprove this case, because you know what? This is also for our community. Inequality, injustice, prejudice is still present in our city. And I guess someone is underestimate us, that we were not able to have person who will speak, you know, for their families. This is about families. This is not about persons like we haven't tonight to get paid to give their opinions about what's going on in Moreno Valley. We need money in this city. After this pandemic, we have to pray that many people will be able to get back to their jobs, and kids for the next generation, they will have a place to call home. And this is for my community in Spanish. Pongan atención. No se dejen entretener por los mentirosos. Hablen por sus familias. Nosotros tenemos voz y voto, porque una de las cosas que estamos mirando en el presente es que todo mundo tiene que preguntar y pedir lo que le pertenece. Como ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos, nosotros no podemos dejar que otras personas que no se interesan en la vida de nosotros quieran decir cómo debemos de vivir. Muchas gracias.
Yvette Torres, Brenda Angulo, and Manuel Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Yvette Torres. I'm speaking on behalf of a resident. I'm a resident. I've been a resident for almost my whole life. I just graduated from UCR actually, and I studied environmental science. Specifically because I grew up living in Moreno Valley, and the air quality has always been a big deal to not only myself, but my neighbors and my family. And when I mean my family, I mean my cousins, my tios and tias. We all live here and we all work here, and we just want to see the better for the community. I've been getting involved with the general plan lately, and the general plan is the future of Moreno Valley. Residents have expressed that they don't want to see a growth in warehouses and logistics. We want better, reliable options. We're tired of just giving this as our only option. There's jobs out there that are sustainable and for the community. We know that jobs are needed, but the repercussions from such a huge project that is not even mitigating locally, more than 80% of the mitigation is going to somewhere else. Offsets are not the way to excuse this. Only 11% of it would be addressed. That's not enough. We can't forget the infrastructure costs of all these trucks coming in and out of our city. No one likes the construction going on our streets happening all the time, the potholes. All that will come out of our revenue from all these trucks, 14,000 to be clear. We need to have better infrastructure in place and better jobs. This project will not achieve that. Thank you.
Brenda Angulo, Manuel Garcia, Ana Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Brenda.
Hello? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brenda Angulo, and I am an elementary teacher in a nearby community. My elementary school sits a brisk 5-minute walk from the 60 freeway. It is in what scientists call a diesel death zone. I ask that Moreno Valley City Council continue to prioritize the health of residents and the surrounding communities by exalting strong emission regulations. Earlier, interim city attorney Steve Quintanilla stated that there have been many considerations in regards to the evidence with maps and papers and documents. Well, I would like to offer you my environmental impact report that is evidence of students who do not participate in PE due to the air quality that is the low air quality that is already present. Teachers who suffer from chronic infections due to poor air quality, filtering in their portable classrooms, and nurses' cabinets full of inhalers labeled with children's names. Students stay inside all day due to poor air quality and inclement weather schedules, and our communities are layered with brown and blue skies. Without strong regulations, Moreno Valley City Council is tacitly condoning the dilapidation of our community, teachers, and students and surroundings. I am a teacher, I am not an agitator, and I am not an outsider. These students, these sick children in masses do not outweigh what 20,000 promised jobs will do. You deserve more and we deserve more. Thank you.
Manuel Garcia, Ana Garcia, Amado Hernández. Manuel
Yes, we
Garcia.
can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Manuel Garcia. I am a USA citizen, Moreno Valley resident for the last 30 years. I am also an electrician, member of the union IBEW. This is the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11 in Los Angeles. I have been working on different projects in LA County, but for the last 3 years, I have been working as a foreman in charge of the Pasadena High School modernization project. And obviously I have to commute every day, driving about 2 hours in the morning and more than 3 hours on Thursday and Fridays on my way back home. But before this Pasadena High School project, I worked for several times in LAX. And as you guys know, this is about 80 miles away from the city of Moreno Valley. And for example, I was working in the Tom Bradley terminal for 2 years. We started working at 5 a.m. In the beginning of this project, we worked 8 hours. So I had to leave my house by 3:30 in the morning. Eventually, we were working 10 hours and later 12 hours every day. So we start at 5 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m. From Monday to Wednesday, I used to drive between 2 or 3 hours to get home. But on Friday, sometimes it will take me about 4 hours on my way back home. Now, if we do the math for these driving hours to the work side and coming back home, we are talking about 15 hours a week. This is almost 3 days every month spent on the freeway. And this has really affected my physical health, and I would like to use this time with my family. I'm sure I am not the only person in this situation, but hundreds like me in this same condition. That's why I'm sharing my testimony and my experience for this environmental impact report and for the final approval or recertification of the World Logistics Center right here in Moreno Valley. And hopefully in the near future, we can have more jobs in the city.
Ana Garcia, Amado Hernández, Gabriel Colangelo.
Hello, this is Ana Garcia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to urge the council to not adopt the resolution denying the appeal of the Planning Commission's certification of the revised EIR of the World Logistics Center. The project's energy use will negatively impact the Moreno Valley's air quality and will create even more traffic issues. This project will cause 70,000 daily truck trips, the long trucks trips between Long Beach and Moreno Valley, which will increase the commute time for everyone coming in and out of Moreno Valley. It'll also increase the emissions in the Inland Empire from the increase in idling cars due to the extra 70,000 daily truck trips. If you've driven around those trucks, they are dangerous. Additionally, the $26 million paid to the agencies addressing air pollution won't necessarily address pollution in Moville. There is no guarantee that Moville residents will see any environmental benefits. We need a full and robust analysis accessible to everyone in easy terms. We need more jobs, yes, but the negative impacts from the increased air pollution will last longer than the construction jobs. The children growing up in Moreno Valley will have lasting health issues, including asthma. And given how COVID impacts lungs, that it's all going to be negative. I urge the city council to build hospitals, libraries, trade tech schools, and housing, and to invest in sidewalks and public transportation. I yield.
Amado Hernández.
Thank you for allowing me to talk. My name is Amado. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. To the mayor and the city council, thank you for the honor. I just want to say that I moved to Moreno Valley in 1986. I commuted all the way to LAX. It was horrible. I shifted into selling real estate. I have my own practice. I have about 50 agents there in Moreno Valley, and we definitely need the jobs. One of the things that I want to mention is the fact that from the time that the WLC has been approved, there's been over 100 million square footage of buildings that have been built, but I don't see any objections in those buildings. If you drive down the 215 and Alessandro, all those buildings are being built. And here we have a high quality, low emission, high tech building, and people are objecting it. And the objections that I see is more like from institutions, people living outside the area. And jobs are essential to the health of our city. I urge our mayor, our city council to go ahead and approve this. We need it. I work for Robert McCulloch, and when he brought the London Bridge to Lake Havasu with the same thing, all the objections. Today, that's an attraction. It's somewhere where it creates a lot of jobs, and it continues to create jobs and entertainment. I urge our city council and mayor to go ahead and approve it so that we can be dependent and build the roads. And like this gentleman, ladies are asking about building the city, the libraries. Well, we need the tax revenue. So please, please go ahead and approve it. Thank you so much, and God bless each one of you. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Gabriel Colangelo, Bill Quisenberry, Jesse Sanchez.
All right. So my name's Gabriel Colangelo. I have been in Moreno Valley since 1980. And I do remember the days of really bad air and being a kid and having my lungs hurt after all the smog and pollution playing outside. But, you know, those days are long gone. Not that we have the greatest air, but, you know, technology, things get cleaner, things improve. And I've vastly seen that improve. And I think what everyone's forgetting is the fact that it's going to continue to improve. Cars get cleaner, pollutions goes down, all these things continue to get better. The air is going to get better. And by the time, what people don't realize is this is going to take years. We've been already at it for what, 5 years now? And by the time this is all approved, we're going to be older. Those kids that everybody's worried about in school will be graduated. The air is probably going to be a lot better, and the emissions will even be cleaner. That we need to focus on is this. We're at 2020. We're in a stage of world of Moreno forward, you know, in a direction that's just going to keep us the same old Moval that we've always been stigmatized with. And I think this is a real great opportunity for everyone in Moval to say, hey, we're not going to have these jobs and this stuff's not going to be built overnight, but this is going to put us on the map where, well, hey, Moval's a place where I want to be. It's growing, it's changing, it's adapting. And, you know, cities are going to be collapsing and in trouble after this COVID thing and all the riots, all this, but this opportunity for Moreno Valley, I think, to shine. So thank you guys for your time, and we hope you get this approved quickly.
Bill Quisenberry, Jesse Sanchez, Alfonso Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Bill Quisenberry, and I'm a member of the Laborers International Union of North America, where here in Southern California, we have over 30,000 working men and women in the construction industry, many thousands of which reside in the Inland Empire, and most certainly hundreds live in or around the Moreno Valley area. The information I have states the World Logistics Center project will generate approximately 13,000 construction jobs over a 15-year build-out plan. And then 20,000 permanent jobs will be needed for the businesses that occupy the completed projects. These numbers alone speak for themselves. This project would be a great addition to the local economy and community. I urge you to vote for further approval on the WLC project. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Jesse Sanchez, Alfonso Sanchez, Matthew Gonzalez.
Jesse?
Jesse Sanchez. Alfonso Sanchez. No Alfonso Sanchez either. Matthew. No Matthew either.
Matthew.
Regina
move on.
Brock Mueller, Alejandro Briseño Tondrell.
Okay, Regina.
Regina,
Yes,
we can hear you.
yes. Can I reset it, please? Reset.
Okay, please start. Thank you.
My name is Regina Brockmuller, known as Dr. B. I'm an American citizen who's a homeowner of Moreno Valley. I've lived here for 38 years. Unlike some of the protesters who don't approve of many things, but I have and will continue to approve of these things. Allow me to give our city an example. A gentleman declared himself an emperor named Joshua Norton. He had a great idea to build onto one of our well-known cities in the world known as San Francisco. He declared this back in 1865, known as the Bay Bridge. Of course, people weren't pleased with his envision, but a little over 60 years later, voila, the Golden Gate Bridge was developed in a little bit more than 5 years after they allowed his premonition to go forward. Mr. Ito Benzini is a visionary person as well, who has taken an amazing amount of time to form a mental picture of our city to develop our town. Once again, people love slow down our development and also our progress. Mr. Ito Benzini has been here and looked at different things differently. He looked into our bedroom community with a population less than 190,000. We currently do not have but 213,000 and thought like me and others in our community. He bought and invested a lot of money in land, is a designer and built his desired home, and is a builder. I saw his designs take place with his Skechers project, his winery, and his home, as I designed my pool, spa, infinity edge, and rock formation. I, along with the planning community who voted to pass a 6-1 prior to 2015 for all of his extra plans, free plans, and extra plans. The World Logistics is considered the largest, which once was, but now anymore, when we consider the outlying areas of Ontario, Riverside, San Bernardino, Redlands, and Paris. Now, once again, we need to move on to our city of Moreno Valley forward with Ito Benzini's.
Thank you, Regina. Okay, Alejandro.
I'm here.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Good evening, my mayor and council members. My name is Alejandro Briseño. My wife and I have lived in the city of Moreno Valley for 30 years. My zip code is 92551. My wife and I are in favor of the World Logistics Center project. We've been supporting since the beginning in these times of pandemic where economy had to shut down. I think it's important to remember that logistics and the warehouse and trucking jobs have kept our country running. Back in 2008, when the market crashed, Highland Fairview rescued our city's economy by building up the Skechers. Now, once again, they will be the leaders in building up Moreno Valley's economy. Once more, when the World Logistics Center comes to fruition. Our city needs these jobs more than ever. Please do the right thing and vote just for just. We can see on the economy positive impact. Logistics Center will be offering about 20,000 jobs. This will help a lot of people who now have to go to surrounding cities and work there, for instance, Los Angeles, Orange County, etc. You can imagine how much time they are going to save. This will increase the quality of lifetime, along with a large amount of gas, oil, maintenance, and repairs of cars, trucks used to travel to work and back home. Myself, I work for a branch of UPS where I had to use my car to make deliveries or pickups. They were located downtown LA, 70 miles away from my home. Time involved back and forth about 5 hours every day, traveling along the 60 and 91 freeway. Hectic. And now it's even worse. My son last year, he worked for a company where he had to work in LA, taking him sometimes 7 hours trip. We really think that this logistics center will be a great opportunity for Moreno Valley and residents to benefit from the economy, the police, public schools, and more. Thank you for the time allowed to present our feelings.
The next three speakers, Tom Jarrell, Michael Day, and Gabriel Velarde.
Good evening, Mayor. Am I transmitting?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of staff, and the public, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. You know, the number one issue I want to deal with is this issue of the trucks, more specifically the alleged statement that this will bring more increased truck trips around in and around Moreno. That's a complete misnomer. The trucks are already here. There's a long established pattern of bringing goods from Southeast Asia, China, India, into the LA ports and through our across our country. They drive right through Moreno Valley. The only issue at hand is, are we going to get a piece of the pie here? So the trucks are going to go through, they're going to spew their smog, and we're going to have no control on it. At least by having this project here, we have a lot of control about how those trucks are regulated, how they're utilized, and I still contend, and I'm surprised our environmental friends don't have more faith in the system, that we're going to have a lot of electric vehicles, and I bet you within 10, 15 years, the high percentage of those vehicles coming from the port to here are going to be electric vehicles, and because we already have existing technology can do it. So I'm strong on that. And you know what I hear tonight is a lot of technique, and the technique is delay, 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 delay. Imagine just how much better off we would be if we even had 4 or 5 more Skechers buildings right now, as far as job space, as far as tax base, revenue in the city being spent. Remember the 20,000 people that showed up for the Aldi job fair. So I encourage your approval. And you know, the common denominator I hear from speakers speaking in favor is that they are working people. They want to work, they want honorable jobs, they want to make an honest living. So I encourage your approval. Thank you.
Michael Day, Gabriel Velarde, Gemma Franco.
Good evening. Right after, just really quick, right after Gabriel, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Good evening, Arnold. My name is Mike Day. I'm the business manager with Labor's Local 1184 in Riverside, Imperial, in Arizona. We have over 400 members that live actively and work in the tilt-up industrial warehouse markets in Moreno Valley and the surrounding communities. We built probably 90% of all the tilt-up buildings in and around Moreno Valley with other developers. And the one thing I want to make sure is certain comes out of this meeting tonight, that this project, and we're involved, we are concerned about the environment. We are concerned about how these things are built. We are concerned about our members that work on these projects, make sure they breathe clean air and all the things that so they go home to their families at night. But the one thing that I've noticed about this project more than any is that this project, because of what World Logistics has gone through, is going to be one of the top projects in the region, if not the state, if not the United States, as far as environmental concerns and issues. This job is going to be LEED certified. It's going to be Tier 4 standards. I mean, there's things that are being built today down the street that don't have these things. So this project has been held up long enough. We, again, are concerned about things, and we've addressed them, and we'll continue to do that. Our members are members of this community. I'm a member of this community. I've commuted down this freeway for 25 years and seen what has gone from Sunnymead to what it is today. So, again, we urge you to approve this. This project will be the safest, the most, the highest goals and standards in the United States, something for us all to be proud of. This project, and not only that, to create these jobs. These jobs are needed. This COVID epidemic, we've had hundreds of thousands of layoffs in the community, in the area, with our production, and a lot of plants here in the town. So again, we urge you to approve this. Let's get the WLC project underway. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can he have extended time since he needs translation?
Yes.
Thank you.
So basically with translation, it's just, it's double the amount of time.
Thank you very much.
4 minutes.
El concilio.
Hello, council members.
Mi nombre es Gabriel Velarde.
My name is Gabriel Velarde.
Soy electricista.
I'm an electrician.
Soy residente de esta ciudad hermosa.
I am a resident of this beautiful city.
Muchas personas que están en contra del proyecto de World Logistics Center
Many of the people who are against the project of WLC,
no viven en la ciudad de Moreno Valley.
they do not live in the city.
Muchos de ellos reciben dinero para hablar en contra del proyecto.
And many of them receive money to speak against the project.
A ellos no les importa nuestra ciudad,
They don't care about our city
ni nuestra comunidad,
and our community
ni el crecimiento de nuestra ciudad.
and the growth of our city.
Ellos ya tienen su pago.
They already have their pay.
Pero nosotros, como residentes de Moreno Valley,
But for us, as residents of Moreno Valley,
queremos una ciudad fuerte económicamente.
we want a city that is strong economically.
Queremos ser una ciudad con estabilidad de trabajos junto con educación.
We want to be a city that has stability and jobs along with education.
Queremos que recertifiquen el reporte de impacto ambiental,
We would like to ask for the recertification of the EIR
porque el WLC,
because the WLC,
este proyecto tiene los más altos estándares que otras ciudades no tienen.
because this project has the highest standards that other cities projects do not have.
Y sin embargo, nadie habla de los low standards que están operando en proyectos activos.
And nevertheless, these people don't speak against those low standards that other buildings and projects are using.
Estamos por nuestra ciudad.
We are here for our city.
Queremos que recertifiquen el reporte ambiental.
We want to ask for the EIR to be recertified.
Queremos una ciudad en crecimiento,
We want a city that is constantly growing,
una ciudad que no esté estancada,
not a city that is stagnated
no por malas decisiones
due to bad
o
decisions
errores
or mistakes
o problemas de intereses personales.
or problems of personal interests.
En lo personal,
I personally,
trabajo lejos de la ciudad.
I work far and out of the city.
Tengo poco tiempo para estar con la familia
I have very few limited time to be with the family,
y queremos que nuestros hijos
and I want for our children
vivan en esta
to
ciudad
live in this city,
y estudien en esta ciudad también
study and work in this city
y
as well,
trabajen en esta ciudad.
and work in this city as well.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and just take a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to start the meeting back at 8:50 exactly. Just let me know when it's live.
Go ahead, we're live.
Okay, all right, we're back from the recess. Just took a little break there. We'll go ahead and have the next three speakers,
Even I don't know how to do it.
which are Emma Franco, followed by Joe Lyle, and then Giselle. So, okay, so Emma Franco. Okay, Emma, is Emma there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, hello, Mayor and council members. I have resided in Moreno Valley for over 25 years now. I grew here. I am a teacher, a first grade teacher. I work here locally, and this is the city where my entire family and life is. For that reason, I am aware of the needs of our city, unlike many of these people who share their paid and false concern about our city. I would like to share a few points of why the City Council and the Planning Commission need to recertify the environmental impact report for the WLC as quickly as possible. Needs cannot be ignored and numbers do not lie. First and foremost, the city has an almost 30% of unemployment rate, which means that many of the residents are out of work. The economic shutdown lowered tax revenues and funding for schools, funding to pay teachers, deputy sheriffs, and firefighters. These are totally unprecedented times. I am also aware that many people who have their own personal interests and don't care about Moreno Valley and its residents continue to express their self-centeredness and their need for Moreno and their need for money and personal gain. They don't care about the city, the families, the youth, the children. They only care about how much they can get. And this illustrates very good the job of parasites that hinder the progress of our city and our case. If they truly care about the environment, they will have spoken when Paris and Riverside began construction of buildings that don't even come close to the high environmental standards that the WLC has. Council members, I know that you want to see Moreno Valley strong and its economy flourishing. The WLC will bring fast and steady revenue to the city. It is a powerful project that will benefit our local public schools. They will receive over $25 million from the developer and $5 million every year from taxes paid from the WLC. It will prevent layoffs, and the money will be used to keep the jobs of our city's first respondents, generate many jobs beginning with construction and other jobs across the board. Thank you for the opportunity and for allowing me to express these facts, not opinions, about the WLC. So City Council and Planning Commission, I strongly urge you to approve the recertification of the EIR. Moreno Valley needs thousands of jobs, and it is in your hands to help your city. Keep in mind that the WLC was planned with very high standards. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Joe.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joe Liu. I'm the president and CEO of the Coalition for Clean Air. We are a party to a lawsuit and represented by Adrian Martinez of Earth Justice, and we join in his comments made earlier. Thank you for the opportunity for him to be speaking to you on the appeal today. And I would like to just bring up a few things about the Golden Door Properties versus County of San Diego appellate court case that was mentioned. The ruling came in on Friday, I believe it was Friday, June 12th. In addition to the fact that 89% of the greenhouse gas mitigation offsets for this project, 85% of the greenhouse gas emissions for this project are offsetted. And what's questionable based off this ruling, what hasn't been addressed is the fact that the court also ruled that you cannot defer and delegate your greenhouse gas mitigation measures like this is being proposed here. And they also rejected that project because of the lack of an environmental justice analysis, such as the case here. I would like to incorporate by reference into the administrative record this ruling and ask that you take serious consideration of it and the fact that if you are relying upon these offsets, they are not enforceable if they come from other countries. The city of Moreno Valley will not be able to go to a different country and enforce the veracity of these offsets. I'd also like to let you know, because of the concern about whether or not the mitigations for air quality from the South Coast AQMD settlement will be local or not, that I was a governing board member on the South Coast AQMD governing board for 12 years, including the time in 2016 when the settlement was reached. And that settlement states that the district may use air quality improvement fee for any purpose that will improve the air quality in the South Coast Air Basin. That's a 6,745 square mile air basin. Does not include Moreno Valley specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Giselle. Okay, is Giselle there?
Can you guys hear me?
Are you just, is it Giselle? Is that how you say your name? We can start over. Pat, go ahead and start the time. Oh, thank you. Okay, go ahead. We can hear you.
All right, thank you. My name is Giselle Chidas. I'm a resident of Moreno Valley. I'm speaking to support the approvals that are needed to make the WLC happen. I support the project 100%. And last meeting, I was very upset because Tom Thornsley was implying that we as Moreno Valley residents do not have the expertise to understand the WLC and the impacts. Years back, Mr. Thornsley also did the same when there were youth in support of the project. Mr. Thornsley is a hypocrite, put it that way. For the last project meeting, he even hired outside groups speak against the WLC. He said so himself. I'm not paid to be here. I love this city. I'm proud to call it my home. Contrary to what these people say, we do know exactly what this project is, and so many of us want it. I know the WLC will be good for jobs, good for the economy, and good for the future of Moreno Valley. Please ignore the loud hypocrites and vote yes for the World Logistics Center. Please do not allow outside interest and phonies to speak for Moreno Valley residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three speakers, Pat.
Okay, the next three speakers are Elena Santa Cruz, Josefina Gregory, Pablo Huerta.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Elena Santa Cruz, and I have lived in Moreno Valley since 1990. I work at the local college, and tonight I'm speaking to you to ask that you approve the World Logistics Center. I'm hearing a lot of comments. I'm reading a lot of comments talking about low wages and the need to stop these kinds of jobs. And unless these people that are saying that are living under a rock, it is so ridiculous for us to think that jobs in a warehouse where items are shipped to our homes, which seems to be the way of the future, it seems to be the only way, most way that we're shopping right now, would be jobs that we should turn down. I don't know why a city would ever turn down any jobs, but who are we, or not me, but who are they to say that these are not the types of jobs that we want in Moreno Valley? In fact, most or many of the jobs in these new high-tech warehouses are actually not jobs that you can just get off the street. You actually have to understand mechatronics, mechanics, electronics. Nobody's in there pushing nobody's in there pushing a pallet around, picking items off of a list. These are high-tech computers. And anytime you have a high-tech computer, anytime you have high-tech inside of any industry, you're going to have to need technicians. You need people that are in there constantly, that are able to get you back on schedule if anything malfunctions. You need people in there to install, upgrade, troubleshoot, and maintain the systems within those four walls. Otherwise, how are you going to get the product to my house within the 2 days that your company is saying they're going to get it to me? How are you going to meet the demands and be able to be competitive in this industry if you don't have high-skilled jobs inside of these places? And these are the jobs that we need here in Moreno Valley, and we need these jobs now.
The next three speakers are Josefina Gregory, Pablo Huerta, and Antonio Reza.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Josefina Gregory, and I am a long-time resident of Moreno Valley. I have lived here almost 25 years, and I can say I love my city, and the direction is going forwards. I support the World Logistics Center because I believe this project will be a great cornerstone to our region, even though a lot of people who get paid to oppose it say otherwise. With the times we are in, we need volumes of jobs for our residents in our city. I ask you, please, approve this project once again so that we may continue to keep Moreno Valley forward. Thank you very much.
Pablo Huerta, Antonio Reza, Maria Cuevas.
Hello, everybody. I have just a short illustration of it's a story that kind of illustrates the situation that our city is in today. And I would like to read this to you guys. It's about the elephant and the rope. Let me go ahead and read this to you. It says, a gentleman was walking through an elephant camp, and he spotted that the elephants weren't being kept in cages or held by the use of chains. All that was holding them back was from escaping the camp was a small piece of rope tied to one of their legs. As the man gazed upon the elephants, he was completely confused as to why the elephants didn't just use their strength to break the rope and escape the camp. They couldn't easily do so, but instead, they didn't try to at all. Curiously, he wanted to know the answer. He asked the trainer nearby why the elephants weren't just standing there and never tried to escape. The trainer replied, when they're very young and much smaller, we use the same size rope to tie them. And at that age, it was enough to hold them. As they grew up, they are continued to believe that they cannot break away. They believe the rope can still hold them, so they never tried to break free. The only reason that the elephants weren't breaking free to escape from the camp was that over time, they adopted the belief that it just wasn't possible. Moral of the story is no matter how much the paid environmentalist group, or in this story, the small rope holding Moreno Valley back from moving forward, we need to keep fighting for the over 49,000 residents that have already sent letters of support. I want this project. Please approve it.
Antonio Reza, Maria Cuevas, José Galicia. There's no Antonio Reza, Maria Cuevas. There's no Maria Cuevas.
Okay, Jose.
Jose's here.
Okay.
¿Sí me oyen?
Sí.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es José Galicia.
My name is Jose Galicia.
Soy residente aquí de Moreno Valley.
I'm a resident of Moreno Valley.
Tengo aproximadamente 18 años viviendo aquí.
I've lived here for approximately 18 years. 18.
Y estoy hablando para aprobar y apoyar el proyecto de logística.
And I'm here to approve and support the project of the WLC.
Muchos han hablado acerca del horario de trabajo de largo.
Many have spoken about the long hours of work.
Soy parte de ello. También manejo aproximadamente 5 horas al día.
I'm part of those people. I drive approximately 5 hours per day.
Llego a casa aproximadamente 6:30, 7 de la noche.
I come home at around 6:37 p.m.
Pues como se pueden dar cuenta, solamente paso como unas 2-3 horas con mi familia.
As you can tell, I spend 2 to 3 hours with my family.
Pero lo que quiero decirles es que este proyecto va a ser de bendición para la ciudad.
What I want to say is that this project is going to be a blessing for the city.
Para nuestros hijos, para los que vienen.
For our children that are following.
Dejemos de pensar en nosotros. Yo tengo 42 años.
Behind us, stop thinking about yourselves. I'm 42 years old.
Creo no poder tener un trabajo de ese proyecto que se va a hacer, pero mis hijos yo creo sí van a tener esa oportunidad.
I probably won't be able to be employed in that project, but I will probably have my children be able to be there.
Todos sabemos que nos preocupamos por nuestra familia, trabajamos y nos esforzamos por nuestra familia.
We all care about our families. We put the greatest effort and we sacrifice for them.
Y este proyecto va a ser de bendición para ellos.
And this project is going to be a great blessing for the family.
Espero y tomen en cuenta todas estas palabras que se les han estado mencionando acerca del proyecto.
I hope you take into consideration all the words that have been supporting the project.
Y muchísimas gracias por su tiempo,
Thank you for your time,
escuchar a la gente.
for listening to everyone.
y por ver por la ciudad.
and for taking care of the city.
La ciudad es importante para nuestros hogares, para nuestros hijos,
For overseeing the city. The city is important for our families, for our children.
y que el Señor les bendiga y les dé sabiduría para poder seguir manejando esta ciudad.
And may God give you the wisdom to continue overseeing and taking care of the city.
Gracias.
Gracias, Jose.
The next three speakers are Fernando Guzman, Leo Gonzalez, Josh Mariscal, but we don't see a Fernando listed. So Leo Gonzalez.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Well, I apologize for the traffic. I'm on my nightly run over here, breathing this beautiful, clean Moreno Valley air. So if there's background noise, I apologize. I'm a little out of breath, so I do apologize for that. I wasn't planning on speaking. But anyhow, this argument is being made about quality of life, that environmental responsibility supersedes financial prosperity, and or vice versa. And I would say that this project encompasses every single aspect of a quality of life that Moreno Valley residents deserve. What do I mean? I mean that you can't have one without the other. You can't have a real quality of life without taking into consideration all the different aspects. Somebody earlier mentioned something about the mountains and how the smog and they can't see. Well, that's Rancho Cucamonga. And because of I've been blessed through my background to be able to interact with people on a daily basis, I think that the majority of people that live in Moreno Valley would trade the quality of life for somebody that lives out in Rancho Cucamonga, despite whatever pollution that they're dealing with. I could be wrong, but that has been my personal opinion. Now, the other thing I want to mention is all these other groups that think that they know what's better for our quality of life, I would say haven't put up $26 million to the SCQAMD. That's a firework, by the way. They haven't put up $26 million to the SCQAMD, which disgusts me that we might not get a penny of that. That is grossly disgusting. So I urge the city council to do what's best for Moreno Valley, for our quality of life. You guys have done it before. Thank you so much for my opportunity to speak.
The next person is Josh Mariscal, Luis Palomares, and Alice Alvidrez. No Josh. Luis Palomares.
Muted over here.
Ms. Palomares, we can hear you. Luis?
Yes?
We can hear you.
Okay, Luis Palomares, community activist. Okay, we got the Liars Club on the ball again. My God, where do they get all this fake news at? That's what I want to know. How do they come to our city and tell us how to run our city? I mean, who are they to tell us what's good for us here? You know, these out-of-sight people, they don't live here. I mean, what are they getting ready for? Another lawsuit to hang up the project for another 5 years? Come on. We could have had a lot of businesses here already. They went to Redlands, they went to Banning, they went to Beaumont, they went to Paris, Fontana. We could have had them here. We could have had about 5 buildings over there already. But the Liars Club, the 666 Club, keeps on lying. You know, who are they to tell us what to do in our community? This is going to bring us a lot of jobs, good paying jobs. It's going to train. It's going to bring us tax dollars, $5 million a year. It's going to put $25 million into our schools. I mean, what the heck do these people are talking about? I'm so disgusted with them already. We're 5 years behind. Come on. I mean, get on with it. The people spoke when we got Skechers there. 17,000 signatures we collected in 2 weeks. We already spoke, but we're still going in circles because you got all these outsiders coming in and saying what they want for us and what's good for us in our city. Get on now. Get this project, get it going, get it rolling. I mean, we're way behind. I can't even speak. I'm so frustrated with all these liars that are talking and, you know, saying what's good for us in our community. What have they offered us? What the heck have they offered? Nothing, not a darn thing, nothing but a bunch of lawsuits and lagging and keeping us from doing what we need to do, the right thing. This is going to bring you know, we got latchkey kids here. This is going to bring parents home. Our kids could, you have.
Alice Alvidrez, Bob Hicks, John Light.
Hi, this is Alice Alvidrez. Wow, I agree with what the woman just said right now. There isn't much more I can say other than the fact that I remember when Skechers was going and everybody was complaining about that. I live down on Redlands Boulevard and I have never had a problem with trucks going by or smog. We do need the World Logistics Center. People don't understand it's not just a warehouse. My daughter has worked at warehouses, but she never worked in the warehouse. You need accountants, you need somebody to do payroll, you need somebody to do the billing. There's lots of work that needs to be done when you have warehouses. So it's not just labor work. Also, the fact that we will have families close by. The reason you've got smog in the first place is because all the cars that are commuting, and the guy that talked about the most smog you get is when you're sitting still. And my daughter deals with that right now going through by UCR area every morning. And that's where that woman's school is that was complaining about the kids. The cars sit there and they commute more smog. If you had something close by, there'd be less traffic and less smog. So I don't know what's going on here with everybody that seems to know so much about our business, but doesn't care about where our business is getting taken care of. But I say vote for it, get it done, let's get it started. I mean, we're wasting time. I'm not getting any younger here. And our kids that are growing up and going to college, they're not going to come back to Moreno Valley. We're going to lose our children. They're going to invest their education in other towns that are around us and not in Moreno Valley because we have nothing to offer them. Thank you very much.
Bob Hicks, John Light, Carlos Reza.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bob Hicks. I'm a member of LIUNA, Local 1184, Riverside County and Imperial. I'm calling tonight in support of the World's Logistics Center. I believe this project will bring thousands, tens of thousands of good paying local jobs to not only our union members, but also members of the community. I strongly urge you to accept the EIR report and continue to move forward with this project. Thank you.
John Light, Carlos Reza, Amado Hernandez.
I believe Amado spoke already.
Okay.
Yes.
John Reza and Gabriel.
No, John Light. Is he here?
Mr. Light's not here.
Okay, let's move to the next person. Carlos Reza.
Is he here? We don't see him on the list as well. Gabriela Mendez.
Yes. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Good evening, council members. My name is Gabriela Mendez, and I'm a resident of the Inland Region.
Yes,
I would just like
yes,
to start with the fact that this project will only meditate 11% on site, and 89 of the credits will be elsewhere. If you pass this project, you will be denying folks the human right to breathe clean air. It is not okay to only offer folks warehouse jobs when we are fully aware they are not sustainable. They are not coming in. I don't.
I think we lost her. Moses Rogers, Chris Gutierrez, Arthur Velador.
Okay, Moses. Okay, move on.
No, Moses Rogers. Chris Gutierrez.
Chris, are you here?
Hi. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. So Chris Gutierrez here. I've been in the city of Moreno Valley since 1994. So I know that there's a few people that called here compared to the majority that are in support, who like to make up stories and tell lies about the World Logistics Center. Like if they know what they're talking about, all of a sudden they're experts. They make claims that are bold-faced lies because they know that the facts don't back them up. They lie and say that this project is trying to get around environmental standards and regulations, which that's a load of bull, if you ask me, because no one can get around state and local environmental standards. If you could, then why would city require to do an EIR report in the first place? So the first part of this agenda tonight was the recertification of the city's environmental impact report for the World Logistics Center. So these people are also saying that they care about the air quality of Moreno Valley, which again, it's a load of crap because World Logistics Center, unlike almost every other project built in the city, which nobody gave a rat's butt about, that have been built, this one is the cleanest and the greenest high-tech construction equipment that we'll ever see in our area. So it's done for one reason alone, and it's to protect the air quality of the people of Moreno Valley. This has been approved. All of a sudden, everyone is an EIR expert. So why act like it's not approved? They're just looking for ways to delay the project further because they just want to extort money from all the lawsuits. It has never been about the environment. I'm sorry to say that, but it has never been about the environment, and we need this in our city. We need the revenue, and please move forward with this project. Thank you guys and have a great evening.
The last two speakers, Arthur Velador and Kevin White.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Art Valder. I'm also a proud LIUNA member. I fully support this project, World Logistics Center. I ask you to approve this project so workers like myself can keep working to support our families and community. You guys all know what to do. It's not, it's not your first rodeo, You gotta believe the people that are speaking and go on from there, and let's get this going and let's get to work. Thank you.
Kevin White.
Is he here, City Clerk?
It says that we needed to promote him to panelist, but I don't see him anymore.
Okay. We're gonna go straight to really quick here. So that was the last of the public speaker that spoke. I'm gonna go ahead and close the hearing for the public testimony. At this time, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess, and then we will begin in 5 minutes. So we're back from recess. We just finished the public testimony of the public speakers. We closed the hearing and just came back from recess. At this time, I just want to ask the city attorney representing staff and our side as the city, are there any clarifications or anything before I have the applicant have a rebuttal closing comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's some issues I'd just like to clarify for the record.
Okay.
There was a comment made that one of the tables, table 4.7-16, that is referred to in the mitigation measure 4.7.7.1 is missing. That's actually on page 48 to the responses of comments. That's contained in the revised EIR that's been posted on our website. So that's where that table is. And that mitigation measure was specifically prepared in response to the San Diego case. So I was able to track it down. And I think it's important that I read this mitigation measure into the record so it's clear that the council is going to incorporate it by reference when it, if and when it certifies the EIR. So again, this is in response to the Court of Appeal decision that was just issued last week in connection with the San Diego matter. So here's the condition. I'm going to paraphrase it, but because it's pretty long. So the developer shall mitigate the WLC project's remaining GHG, greenhouse gases emissions, to net zero by purchasing and retiring carbon offset credits based upon the amount of GHG emissions set forth in the table in the revised final EIR. Upon retirement of carbon offset credits, no further analysis of GHG emissions will be required and no further reduction of those emissions will be required. Developer shall demonstrate its reduction of GHG emissions through the retirement of carbon offset credits provided the following conditions are satisfied. A, offset project registry performance standards. The developer shall provide proof to the city's planning official that the carbon offset credits were issued by an offset project registry as defined in California Code of Regulations, approved by the California Air Resources Board, and it must meet the following requirements. The offset project registry shall account for and quantify emission reductions using clear and defined standards and incorporating recognized principles of GHG emissions reduction accounting, including those set forth in the ISO 14064 and the Greenhouse Gas Protocol for project accounting. The offset project registry shall use clear information sufficient for reviewers to assess credibility of GHG emission reductions underlying the carbon offset credits. Upon request by the city's planning official, any governmental entity, or any stakeholder, the offset project registry shall provide the following information within a reasonable time period in connection with any carbon offset credit retired by the developer. I, the applicable quantification protocol. II, all third-party confirmation or verification report issued in connection with the carbon offset credits, and such information shall be sufficient to monitor compliance by the project applicant with this mitigation measure. B, carbon offset credit performance standards. The carbon offset credits retired by the developer for the purpose of mitigating GHG emissions will represent GHG emission reductions that are real, permanent, additional, quantifiable, verifiable, and enforceable. And in this particular mitigation measure, we have definitions for all of those terms. And finally, to demonstrate compliance with the requirements, the developer shall provide the following to the city's planning official. 1, the protocol used to quantify and issue such carbon offset credits. 2, the third-party verification reports pursuant to which such carbon offset credits were issued. And 3, the unique serial numbers of the carbon offset credits to be retired to ensure that the offset cannot be further used in any manner. So basically, and then we have a section that deals with enforcement. The permits relating to the WLC project will be conditioned on achievement of GHG mitigation milestones as follows. 1, the purchase and retirement of carbon offset credits required to mitigate the GHG emissions resulting from grading shall be a condition of the issuance of a grading permit. 2, the purchase and retirement of carbon offset credits required to mitigate the GHG emissions resulting from the construction of a facility shall be a condition of the issuance of a building permit for the facility. 3, the purchase and retirement of carbon offset credits required to mitigate the GHG emissions resulting from the operation of the facility shall be a condition of the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, temporary or permanent, for the facility. Now, should the city determine that the offset credits are non-compliant with the requirements of this mitigation measure, the city may issue a notice of non-consistency and cease permitting activities until the city determines via an issued public notice posted to the city's website that the offsets are in compliance with the aforementioned standards. So as you can see, we have an enforcement mechanism built into this mitigation measure to ensure that it does in fact occur.
Okay,
so that is that.
Okay. Is there anything else?
And let me see. I think that is it. Oh, we received a letter from Mr. Haig. Did I pronounce his name correctly? Representing the Sierra Club. And we had our traffic consultant respond to it. And so just for the record, we have those responses as part of the administrative record. So Mr. Haig's comments didn't go unnoticed or unanswered. So we do have responses to them.
Okay.
And that concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move now to the applicant closing comments. I'm going to allow 10 minutes for this, but if it's sooner, I mean, that's better as well. So I'll go ahead and call the applicant for testimony for closing comments.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. We really appreciate your consideration of the project yet again. It's been a long, drawn-out process to try to bring, 33,000 jobs, good jobs to Moreno Valley, construction jobs as well as permanent jobs. A lot of people have spoken. They all talk about jobs. They like some jobs, they not some others, but I've yet to see them in all these years we've been here create one job or bring one job to the community. I would challenge anybody to actually invest the money, put up the buildings that they think they should have, and create any jobs. Quite to the contrary, what we're doing is making major efforts to have a world-leading, the most sustainable logistics center in the world. I don't have to remind you, because you well know the EIR, we have the highest standards in the nation, certainly in California. There's not a single other project anywhere that matches the WLC standard bar none, and no one can point to one. If you look at building by building, if you look at a building as proposed in the World Logistics Center, like the building occupied by Skechers, and you go to whether it's Meridian or Riverside or Redlands or Ontario or Fontana or Paris, none of them meet even the lowest standards of the World Logistics Center standard. Ironically, since we've been approved in 2015, over or nearly 100 million square feet of similar buildings have been built in all the surrounding communities, Riverside, Redlands, Paris, Chino, Fontana, none of which match the standards. So we actually allowed buildings with lower standards to be built. All those buildings impact us regionally, yet none of them are being stopped, none of them are being sued. The biggest thing we're doing is making huge, people talk about this 11% reduction, or what are you doing locally? So let me tell you what we're doing locally. First and foremost, we all understand that the vast majority of emissions come from the thousands of Moreno Valley residents that commute every day, several hours a day to their jobs. That pollution is not accounted for. To reduce this pollution, you have to create local jobs, and we're spending billions of dollars to create local jobs so people won't have to commute hours a day and miles a day. That produces by far the biggest GHG and emission reductions than anything else can do. Now, on top of that, we have done tremendous amount in our community and in the project. So this project, for example, will generate 12.5 megawatts of solar power. It will have a lot of electrical equipment, charging station, LNG, CNG station to support the operation of the project, as well as pay a $26 million fee to the AQMD for local air quality improvements. By the way, people complain about this 11%, 17%, 28%. I don't know where they come up with the numbers, but they all seem to recite some numbers. But that's compared to no one else paying a dime. No one has contributed more than the World Logistics Center to infrastructure and to air quality improvement. Now, as far as the LQMD $26 million, it's specifically for localized air quality improvements. And I want to read to you from a letter from February, a correspondence with the AQMD. And I won't read the whole letter, but I'll just quote sections of it. As you're aware, this is addressed to us. As you're aware, because we inquired about how they're going to implement the disposition of the $26 million as it comes about. So they said, as you're aware, the South Coast AQMD Governing Board has always been committed to using future funds from the 2016 settlement, the WLC settlement, toward projects that will result in air quality improvements for those most affected by emission related to the World Logistics Center, in particular by prioritizing projects that reduce exposure in the local community. It is absolutely local. To even suggest that the governing board of the AQMD will take $26 million from Moreno Valley and take it away somewhere else, the reason they were involved is they were very well concerned about improving the air quality for Moreno Valley residents and the region, and that's precisely what they're going to do. This is very local. Now, before people complain about how much, I've not seen one project. I've not seen the JPA pay a dime to AQMD. I have not seen any local things. I've not seen them commit to 2010 clean diesel. I've not seen them commit to all Tier 4 construction equipment. I haven't heard or seen them commit to 12.5 megawatts of solar power. And yet people come up and still say, what else are you going to do? Well, the biggest thing we're going to do is create 33,000 local jobs in the most sustainable community development in this community and anywhere in the state. I'm yet to see or been shown one other building anywhere, as well as one of those 100 million square feet around us that has any standards even matching the World Logistics Center. And nobody's asking them, what else are you going to do? Even within Moreno Valley, and I hope this will change. After the World Logistics Center, other projects in the vicinity don't even match that standard. Yet I've not seen anybody ask to pay any money for local air quality improvements, to commit to all 2010 clean diesel, which is very costly, Tier 4 construction equipment, which is very costly, create 12 megawatts of solar power on the site, which is very costly. All of that burdens Moreno Valley residents, while everybody around us doesn't do any of it. So I challenge them to do two things. First of all, require everybody else to do exactly what they're requiring us in Moreno Valley. It's very nice that they want to stop Moreno Valley and have been doing it now for 5 years, while they allowed 100 million square feet to be built, all with low standards, all dirtier buildings. And guess what? You think buildings in Paris or Riverside or JPA don't go up to 215 and head east on the 60 freeway to go to the rest of America, driving through Moreno Valley, polluting Moreno Valley? They get the tax base, they get the job, they get the economic development, they get the benefit, and we get nothing. Yet when Moreno Valley wants to do it, all of a sudden we demand more. Now, some of them say, well, yes, but it's a big project, 700 football fields. Sort of insulting, because we understand what acres are and we understand the size of a project. We don't have to be explained by football fields. But if you compare it to other communities, like Ontario, Fontana, that's about over 20,000 football fields. Redland, San Bernardino, 7,000 football fields. Meridian, Riverside, and the others, 5,000 football fields. City of Paris, 4,000 football fields. But Moreno Valley has a project of 700 football fields. Oh my God, they need to do much more. Now, the reality is that we can always improve, and we're always striving to improve. That's why we have, as far as we understand, the world's largest LEED Gold certified building of its kind, right here in Moreno Valley. No other building has achieved that. We build to the highest standards. The next building we're building will also have the highest standards. The World Logistics Center has already the highest standards as it's approved now. Now, I still would like to extend an invitation to those who have concerns, including Mr. Martinez, who brought in the appeal, include Tom Thorsley, who has raised a lot of good issues and I think has a lot of good ideas that potentially could be incorporated. George Haig as well has brought up concerns and good ideas. Even though this project may be approved like it was at the Planning Commission and may yet be approved tonight based on your consideration, we're still opening the door. We still would like to have those discussions. We still have to have productive discussion to see if we can even improve it even better. But we're going to do it in a mutually beneficial way. Our hands are open to any suggestions, to discussions. In fact, I'd like to offer an invitation to Adrian Martizan as well as Tom and others that have raised concern to come and meet. I really would like to understand their ideas, to see what can be incorporated, and to be fair. We can't be burdened with everything in the region while everybody else does nothing, because I tell you what will happen. Everybody will be building, they'll have the jobs, they'll have the tax base, they'll have the revenue, they'll have the jobs, Moreno Valley won't have it, they'll depend more and more on special taxes like utility taxes and other taxes we pay here because we don't have enough tax base, and we'll go back to the residents like myself and ask them to pay more taxes because we don't have the economic development and the tax revenue. So I think that what we need to urge our government, state government and agencies to make laws and regulation that apply equally and fairly to everybody. If they want all electric trucks in the state, pass such a law. We'll all comply. If you want to pay an air quality mitigation fee for local developments, make a fee. But to come and cherry pick specific projects, sue, litigate, ask them more, that's not right. On the other hand, like I said, and this will be my closing statement, I would like to have an invitation, an open invitation, and maybe the city can facilitate it, to meet with all the litigants and those who have concerns and ideas, not just concerns, and come sit down with us and try to work out something that might improve the project. We're all ears. We have open arms extended. We're not stopping because the project is approved. We'll continue to improve it as we go along.
Okay, thank you
very much for your consideration, and we all would like to move forward. My very last statement is that unfortunately, irrespective of what happens, even if we do everything right, litigation will continue. And therefore, at the end of the day, the arbiter of what should be done, unfortunately, may be the courts. But we'd like to move the project along with these high standards we already have and try to resolve it in the best possible way to make sure that we get the jobs as quickly as possible in Moreno Valley, and everybody can be rest assured that no other project in the state has higher standards of similar type projects to this one.
Okay, thank you, Ido. I want to be fair to the others because we only gave them 10 minutes as well. So
okay,
thank you. We're gonna go now into deliberation at this time. So I just want to explain a little bit about deliberation. So with deliberation, this is where council members can make comments, as far as, why they're voting the way they're voting, or they don't need to if they don't want to. But it's a way to, get other peers, to come along. And again, it's only comments. So, no questions or anything like that. We've actually already moved past that item. So this is a public hearing. And so I do have to run it that way. So it is going to be only comments, and we're only going to do one round. So once you're speaking, that's your opportunity to make your comments, and it'll be limited to 5 minutes each. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to look at the screen really quick. And if you'd like to speak, just raise your hand. Okay. Okay, we have Councilmember Carrera.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And just wanted to say thank you to all the members of the public who are here tonight, who tuned into the meeting, who are participating, and on all sides, who are giving their perspectives, giving their opinions, and sharing their thoughts. So thank you all for participating and being here with us. Before I go any further, I do want to just let everyone know, for transparency reasons, one of the things that was brought up before is in regards to campaign contributions. And for transparency reasons, I do want to let everybody know that in my first campaign, I was supported financially by Highland Fairview. Second campaign, I was not. And so I just want to make that clear before I move forward with my comments, so that everybody's aware of that. So in regards to the project itself, the economic benefits, I mean, there's a lot of them. There's definitely a lot of economic benefits that would come from this project, whether that's property taxes, potential sales taxes. And that's one difference that I think needs to be pointed out with the Skechers compared to others, is that Skechers actually has a sales desk. We get sales taxes from Skechers, and most other warehouses in this area do not have that. So that is one advantage that Skechers has over other warehouses. On the topic of wages, I've mentioned before that is an issue for me. I know that there are a lot of high wage jobs at these warehouses because they have office buildings, they have managers, supervisors, we have corporate headquarters, because that's the way that the industry is evolving. That's where we're moving. However, it's important that we actually identify the lower wage workers, specifically the temp workers. And that is a big issue to me because the majority of the workers who are employed at warehouses are minorities. They're Black and brown people like me and you. And the lowest paid workers at warehouses are women of color. And right now, when we're looking at the issues that are happening in our country, specifically because of George Floyd, and looking at systemic inequities, that is something that needs to be addressed, making sure that we raise wages for those lowest paid employees. And that is a concern to me. And so I just want to make that clear. In terms of jobs, absolutely, we need to bring more jobs here to the city. And I can relate to this. And if we can just put a pause on the timer for 1 second, I have a question. Are we actually on a timer? Because that was not specified before we started the questions.
Yes, I stated there was a timer of 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll try to speed through this then. So my mother used to commute out of the city, and a lot of other people are in the same situation, but we need to bring more jobs here to the city for family development, for children. And I think just like it's inaccurate to say that there are 14,000 truck trips per day, it's also inaccurate and unfair to say that there will be over 20,000 permanent jobs. I think both are just approximations, they're estimates, and that needs to be clear. We don't know exactly how many truck trips there will be and how many jobs are going to be created. And in terms of the traffic counts, absolutely, we need to get more passenger vehicles off of the freeways. Passenger vehicles emit more air pollution than semi trucks. That's a fact. And we know that EVs are coming. So on top of that, just the court opinions, that is my biggest concern. It's not necessarily with the specifics of the project itself, but the agenda was posted last Thursday. And this new court opinion of Sierra Club versus San Diego County came out on Friday. So how is it that we were able to put new material into the agenda after the agenda was posted, and we're still moving forward with it? So that's my biggest concern, that yes, there are different standards that Mr. Benzivi is being held to compared to other warehouses, and that needs to stop. We need to hold all these warehouses to higher standards now before we move forward. But I think that the foundation, the legal and judicial foundation that this project is built on as is not going to survive in the courts. And I have big concerns with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members that would like to speak? And, hey, Councilmember Marquez, I see you. Okay. Hey, go ahead, buddy.
Trying to stay awake. Thank you, Mayor. I want to say thank you to all the residents that came out to speak tonight. And I want to especially thank Ito. Nothing personal, Ito. I don't think it's ever been personal about you, but the project that you're bringing forward, I think it's bigger than anybody ever anticipated in the state or locally. But before I get any further, I want to say one thing. Yesterday afternoon, I had lunch with the developer, Mr. Ido Benzivi. And yes, that's me in that picture. I just want to stop the rumors out there. I meet with all my constituents and also all the developers. It's part of my job. Mr. Benzivi is a developer and he is a business owner. We agreed to meet for lunch and talk about his project, but it wasn't a project that we got into detail with. It was just some clarifications. So I just want to put everybody's mind at rest. That's what that meeting was about yesterday. And it was a good lunch too, right, Ido? My concern with this project is one thing. I asked the question earlier on these consultants, nonprofit groups, how much the cost of these audits, these consultants. And the reason I asked about the cost, because it seems like this project is all about money. Everybody's talking about 26 million, 5 million, millions here, millions there. But you know what? If you don't have your health, you ain't gonna be able to spend those millions. And that was my concern. I've heard residents say, well, I drive from here to the airport. Well, a lot of people drive long distance. They move out here knowing the long distance drives, but they still move out here. And now they complain about the drive. Well, these jobs, if this project gets built, these jobs aren't going to be available for another 6 months, 8 months. They're not around the corner. They're going to be a while before they get here. What happens after the robotics take over? Well, everybody works in a warehouse. Now they have a machine taking over their jobs. What are they going to do? Well, it looks like they're going to have to go back commuting again if they have to get their old job back and go across Los Angeles. But it's got to stop and think about it. The warehouses might be good paying job for certain individuals, but not for everybody. These jobs, the warehouse is going to bring, like Cabrera had said, they're temp jobs. They're not permanent jobs. What about benefits? Are these jobs going to have benefits, health insurance? Temp jobs don't. Any job that you have that are temps aren't going to have health benefits. Well, you're spending more money now paying for a health benefit. Some outsiders, some speakers spoke about outsiders. These outsiders are experts in their fields and they're just giving us advice. That's all they're doing. They're not interfering. All they're saying is, it's a good project, it's not a good project. Attorney General said it in his opinion, it's not a good project for reasons. You know, what upsets me the most is when residents get up there and they talk about jobs, 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 and nobody knows what they're talking about. Well, I think they are the ones who are opposing this project. And I think they know what they're talking about. But in the long run, I just pray that we can all come together and build this project if it's going to get built. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marquez. Any other, I just want to make a comment really quick and then I'll have Councilmember Dr. Thornton speak as well. So, you know, we've listened to a lot of testimony tonight, fairly long meeting. I want to say about 4 hours, okay, already. But, you know, the bottom line, like I mentioned earlier, is that the hearing tonight, what we're actually hearing is not about the specific details of the WLC project. since again, the underlying development entitlements for the project have already been approved. It was approved already in 2015. That already happened with a different council back then, 2015. And they remain, and it remains in full force and effect today. So the approved development entitlements address the specific issues such as zoning, the general plan, land use, the types of jobs, landscaping, aesthetics, all of that has already been addressed. These issues have already been extensively considered and are not subject to review, again, by the City Council tonight. So what is subject to review? Well, actually, it's the 4 items, that were brought back to us from the judge. And we've addressed the 4 issues. So I hope that we can get this project moving forward. I believe that this project, since even back in 2015, was able to, it actually can and has continued, even with the examples that the developer has actually done, for example, with the Skechers before as well, and then the evidence that we have in the record, is above the standards, definitely is above the standards of what we've approved throughout the community and what the JPA's approved, what Riverside's approved, what other cities have approved. And so I don't understand how these outside groups can come in, and I call them outside because some of them are from San Francisco, San Bernardino, Arizona, different places, and actually say that about our city. I believe the project, as far as, the development agreement, which again, this goes back to the issues. So let's stick to the 4 issues of the development agreement. If we don't approve this development agreement, then we're out of the game here, and we don't want to do that. So for the people that I feel that don't want to approve the development agreement. So that to me is saying that you're saying no to the kids, $20 million, to the school district. You're saying no, $7 million to library funding. That's part of the development agreement. That's part of the agreement between the developer and the city that was made back in 2015. So I think, it's important to know that if you really do care, you really, really do care about men and women of color, and people, that are struggling, with jobs, that you would move this forward. You would definitely move this forward because it's going to be bringing over 20,000 new jobs. We've heard from LIUNA. We heard from various stakeholders, talking about, how it can reduce the traffic. And that is important. That is very, very important. I remember my dad, growing up, would commute every day from Moreno Valley all the way to San Fernando every single day. So, we got to step it up. We have to step it up in the city. And we did in 2015. But unfortunately, there was some litigation and it took a while. And then the judge did say, we prevailed on 95 of the things, but the judge did say, these 4 things, we needed to address, and we're addressing them, and we have addressed them already. I'm a big proponent of local hire. In fact, being the only person on the council at the time, I proposed the Hire Mobile program years ago to hire Moreno Valley residents, and I want to continue that
Mayor,
program,
I have a point of order.
Well as, okay, who's speaking?
This is Councilman Cabrera.
Okay, okay, you're out of line. Thank you. Okay. So I just want to make it very clear, that, as far as Hire Mobile, that's a program, that does encourage, local hire. I've always been for that. My understanding is this project is also going to be supportive of that as well. And so, we got to move forward. We got to move forward. This project, is going to be bringing a lot of funding for various programs. And for these social institutions that we have in our city, for example, our school, our library, our public safety as well. That's very important, and we can't let this pass us. So at this time, I'm going to allow Councilmember Thornton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. When the WLC first came to Moreno Valley back in 2000, and it got approved in 2015, I was vice chair of the Environmental and Historical Preservation Board. And as a board, we had a tremendous issues with the EIR, and actually made a recommendation to the City Council at that to answer questions. I went through every page, and I have to say I am very excited about.
Councilmember, you're cutting off.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
About the various issues that deficiencies that were identified and the recommendations to address them. I do think that said,
let's pause the timer. Let's pause it. You're still cutting off. Maybe if you take your screen off, sometimes that can help.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Oh, way better.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mayor. So when I campaigned, you know, one of the big questions that was asked of me was I supportive of the WLC or not? And what I would respond.
Oh, Councilmember Thornton, you're cutting off again.
Okay, can I just can I come back?
Yeah, let's come back. Let's come back and then see if maybe Tim, or can you have a staff member call Councilmember Thornton and see maybe there's something we can do in regards to it. I think it's your internet.
Director right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll have Mayor Pro Tem Baca. Or maybe she doesn't want to speak. Okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just didn't hear anything, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, I was hoping I could be the last speaker, but that's okay. That's okay. I just want to say that I read the two appeals filed by Mr. Martinez and Mr. Lopez, and I watched the long Planning Commission meeting, and I believe that our Planning Commission did an excellent job in reviewing this project. Therefore, my vote is going to be to uphold the Planning Commission ruling and to deny this appeal, both appeals. So since I have a floor, I would like to make a motion.
Oh, not yet, because I promised that Carla, Councilmember
Okay.
Thornton.
If I can come back after her?
Okay, just let me, let's see if she is able to, because I think she was having some technical difficulty.
We're still working with her, Mayor.
Okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back. So we just finished, Mayor Pro Tem Baca made her closing comments. And so you're the last person, so go ahead.
Am I going now?
Yes.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. Patty, want to start the timer?
Please mute your mic if you're not, hold on 1 second. Tim, can you mute people's mics? Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start over. As I was stating last time, when the WLC first came for discussion, I was the vice chair of the Environmental and Historical Preservation Board, and we had issues that we identified with EIR, made a recommendation approval of it. And while I was campaigning, numerous people would ask me, was I for the WLC or was I not? And I would respond with, that train has left the station. This is about how do we that community is positively impacted by the WLC. And I've read through the EIR and the changes, and I feel wholeheartedly that not only has it addressed the numerous environmental identified, but that the solutions provided will mitigate and monitor and provide a way for us to hold the development accountable to those environmental issues. I think that it's important for us to remember the numerous benefits that our community. And I think about, what do I want for Moreno Valley? And what I want is to be able to have money to provide public safety, to create programs that address the social problems that are impassionate to us: homeless, veterans, children, our locals. And right now, when you look at the revenue source that's happening in Moreno Valley, we are barely making it. And with the pandemic, our communities throughout the state, we're going to be even more in a situation when we're hurting. And when you look at the overall makeup of our community, if you go to the last census, 77% of our community are high school graduates. 16% are bachelor's degrees. And even some of the comments that have been made, and I might get some kickback for this, some negative kickback for this, but there's a tone of elitism that is coming.
Okay, there we go. Okay, go ahead.
In these types of jobs in our community. I've lived here since 1992, and I was a latchkey kid. My parents commuted every day to LA and wouldn't come home to 7 and 8 o'clock at night. And I think that our community members deserve to work in their home Orange County to find work. And so in result of that, I'm putting family first. And I'm putting that we are going to be able to benefit positively, not only from this project, but from other projects. And so I would like to show my support for this project, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will also support it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Thornton. And I apologize that you were having those technical difficulties. Yeah, sometimes if you take off the video, that does help a little bit. So at this time, let me just get to the actual item right here. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so at this time, I closed the deliberation. And I do, as Mayor, entertain a motion by council to approve staff's recommendation number 2. Mayor Pro Tem Baca, did you have your hand up? I saw a hand.
Yes, I would like to read my motion.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I make a motion that we approve or adopt resolution 2020, and I know we're gonna add the number later, denying appeal of planning commission certification.
Okay, which is item, which is
of the
Yeah,
revised final EIR and affirming Planning Commission Resolution number 2020-20, approving and adopting the mitigation monitoring reporting program and the findings contained therein for the revised final EIR, including the incorporation of the entirety of mitigation measures 4.7.1 pertaining to the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions as referenced by interim city attorney and the environmental consultant during tonight's proceedings, and approving and adopting the statement of overriding considerations and the findings contained therein for the final revised EIR, and certifying revised final EIR PEN 18-0050 for the World Logistics Center on file with the Community Development Department incorporated herein by the reference has been completed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and the CEQA guidelines that the Planning Commission and the City Council reviewed and considered the information of the final EIR that reflects the city's independent judgment and analysis, and adopt resolution 2020 and we'll enter the numbers later, denying appeal of Planning Commission's approval of the tentative parcel map and affirming Planning Commission Resolution number 2020-21. Approving 1020-0017 tentative parcel map 36-457 for finance and conveyance purposes only, subject to the tentative parcel map 36-457 and conditions of approval, and introduce and adopt ordinance 2020- and we'll fill that in later, approving the development agreement by and between the City of Moreno Valley and Highland Fairview Properties, a California General Partnership, Sunnymead Properties, a Delaware General Partnership, Theodore Properties Partners, a Delaware General Partnership, 13451 Theodore, LLC, a California Limited Liability Company, and HL Property Partners, a Delaware General Partnership, collectively HF, PEN 20-0018.
Okay, so you made a motion for items 1, 2, and 3. I'll second the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an alternate motion.
Okay, what's your alternative motion?
I'd like to make an alternate motion that we postpone this vote until the next general council meeting to allow time for staff and council members to speak, and also to allow Mr. Benzivi time to speak with the people who he mentioned to have those conversations.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote on that alternative motion and see if there's any traction with that. My preference is that we just take care of this tonight, but go ahead, Madam Clerk.
You need a
See if
second.
there's, yeah,
no
is there a
second.
second for this? Okay, there's no second. Motion
The motion
dies.
dies.
Okay, go ahead and do the vote, Madam Clerk, for to approve items 1, 2, and 3. Yes, Councilor Marquez.
Just unmuted me. I was gonna say I'd second Cabrera's motion.
Okay.
I wasn't muted.
It died.
Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call for that vote to see if there's any traction for that alternative.
Okay, Councilmember Thornton,
No.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Cabrera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca,
Absolutely not.
Mayor Gutierrez.
Absolutely not. Motion dies. Okay, we'll go ahead and do the new, well, actually the motion that Mayor Pro Tem Baca originally proposed, which is items 1, 2, and 3. Madam Clerk, go ahead and call for the vote.
Was there a second on that one, Mayor Gutierrez?
Yes, it was myself.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Thornton,
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez,
I abstain.
Okay,
Councilmember
what's your
Cabrera?
abstention? Wait, hold on. You abstain?
I abstain for not having the full information on this project.
Okay, so it's a no vote. Okay, next.
Councilmember Cabrera,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca,
Yes.
Mayor Gutierrez.
Yes. Item passes 3-2. And we'll go ahead and take a, oh, actually 1 second here. Just go really quick here. Back here. We're going to just take a 5-minute recess and we'll come right back with the item. returned from recess. And we're going to go ahead and move on to item 1B, which is basically a public hearing to adopt the fiscal year 2019-2020 CARES Act Amendment and Citizen Participation Plan Amendment and award consulting contract to Wildan Financial for CARES Act grant administration. So this is the item where we did receive some money from the CARES Act, and we actually we received recommendations from Wildan, from the staff, and I believe staff has also met with individuals, council members as well. And so we'll go ahead and have a report from Marshall Ironman, which is our Financial and Management Services Director and Assistant City Manager. Okay, Marshall.
Yes.
You're on for 1B.
Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. With this item this evening, as you mentioned, this is one of the actions from the federal government with the COVID-related funds for CDBG and ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant. With regards to CDBG funds, we received an additional 1.2 million, essentially. And with the Emergency Solutions Grant, we received approximately $630,000. So I have discussed with the Finance Subcommittee members the potential funding for this, similar to the other HUD programs that we receive. This will be the public hearing this evening to allocate those funds. With the Emergency Solutions Grant, this is really focused on not only addressing the typical items of homelessness prevention, but also in this case, COVID-related situations. In the report, we have recommendations to fund basically Remnant of Life Worship Center for a meal program similar to Moval Meals that would help continue that program. And then looking at 3 other entities for homelessness prevention. Part of that is beginning to issue rental assistance programs along with the outreach and other items necessary to really prevent additional homeless as a result of the COVID virus. Those 3 entities we're looking to fund would be Salvation Army, U.S. Veterans Initiative, and Lutheran Social Services of Southern California. With the Community Development Block Grant component, this 1.2 million is really utilized to fund many of the programs that we've had in place to meet the needs. 2 of these being the Moval Meals and the FSA, or Family Service Association's meal program for seniors. Those items have been critical during this pivotal time to meet the needs of seniors. In addition, we're looking at expanding the city's Wi-Fi and really establishing a Wi-Fi garden for individuals in the community that were essentially discovered didn't have proper access to Wi-Fi as they were issued different Chromebooks by the school district or needed different resources to find new jobs, apply for unemployment, all of those items. So it's very critical that we expand that network for the community. And then with that, just kind of going in, our economic or our employment resource center was one of the pivotal things in the area that stayed open within a 100-mile region to allow individuals to apply for unemployment during this process, during the whole COVID crisis, and also to help them find jobs and get back to work as they're currently doing. And then the last program that we're very proud of is we're proposing this small business grant program that would fund up to $7,500 per business. And we have an initial interest list forming. And so we'd be looking to do that. That would be a grant to help these businesses get back on their feet and really supporting our community as we grow together. So with that, that's kind of a brief summary of the actions here that would allow us to utilize these COVID funds back into the community to hopefully recover and move forward and prevent some of the homeless efforts and find new employment. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my report this evening.
Okay, thank you so much, Marshall, for that report. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open for council questions of staff. So if there's any council questions of staff at this time, please, let me go here really quick. Raise your hand or just, okay. Councilmember Marquez, council questions of staff.
Pretty much a statement, not a question, I guess. I just want to let the small business owners out there know that if you don't get any part of this money, don't get discouraged. Try it again, And there's other county also monies out there too. That's the statement I just wanted to make. Thank you.
Yeah, there is the county monies as well. Okay, I think Councilmember Cabrera, you had your hand up as well. Okay, go ahead. Oh wait, 1 second. It's not. There you go. Oh, there.
Thank you. Alrighty. So good evening, Marshall. Thank you for the presentation. We're here again. It's just been a month or two since we actually allocated the first round. And so my first question, just for clarification, so I believe we're going to be receiving some more funding, specifically ESG funding sometime in the future. Do we know about how much we're going to be receiving and when we'll have that funding?
Marshall? Oh, I think he's, okay, there you go. Oh, somebody muted you. Okay, looks like you're unmuted.
Sorry, council member. We have preliminary indication from HUD that we should receive an additional 1.7 million, I believe, in emergency solution grants. I do not have a timeline or some of the limitations, but once we receive that, the assumption is that we'd probably structure a similar thing that would be focused more on a homelessness prevention, which would be more of rental assistance, utility assistance in that area might be a good direction to propose.
Thank you. And also, I think one other thing too, and if you could just clarify this, this additional 1.7 million in ESG that we're scheduled to get, it's different from ESG that we've received before because this new funding is not going to require the nonprofit to match what we're giving them. Is that accurate?
Correct. The typical standard ESG requires a 100% match. Under the COVID ESG program, it does not require that match as well.
Thank you. And so I did reach out to SWAG, the Social Work and Action Group, and I'm meeting with them. I'm going on a ride along with them at Lake Elsinore here with their sergeant out there as well. So I know that was one of the issues that, one of the reasons why we couldn't fund them last time because they could not match dollar for dollar what we were giving them. So hopefully that's something that we can take care of this next one. And my last question is in regards to the actual allocation of funds that's on the agenda tonight. I know we have previously spoken about this, and I do want to make sure that we fund Rising Stars Business Academy, and I'll talk more about that when we deliberate in just a few minutes. But we can still make those changes, right? We can, council can make those changes in terms of allocation.
We've presented staff's initial recommendations, presented to the finance subcommittee members, and then I'll seek direction from the city council tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Baca, you have your hand up? Oh, you're muted. Tim, okay, thank you.
There we go. Okay, I mute myself because I have dog cats in the background and
okay.
They don't bother anybody until I'm on the Zoom.
Okay.
I just want to say that
questions?
Salvation Army, U.S. Mets, and the Lutheran Church do excellent work out in the community, and I'm just love the tender, loving care they give our less fortunate community members, and I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, and we're going to hear public testimony first. Okay. So. Before we do that, let me just make sure here. Is there anybody? No? Okay, for council questions, okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open the hearing. We're gonna now hear public testimony. We do have 5 members that did fill out the request to speak, and because it is a public hearing, not just like a regular part of the meeting, I will allow 2 minutes per speaker. Just to be consistent with the public hearing item from the first one. So Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the first 3 speakers.
Yes, Alicia Berridge, Benny Orduño, and Jared Hernandez.
Okay, Alicia. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're on.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Gutierrez, Mayor Pro Tem Baca, and all the city council members. We've applied for the CDBG CD grant. My husband, Lincoln Berridge, and myself are the founders of Rising Stars Business Academy. And there was a youth build program here in Moreno Valley years ago before I brought Rising Stars. The other youth build program ended up having to shut their doors due to lack of funding. I'm proud to say that our program, Rising Stars, is celebrating our 10th year of operation right here in Moreno Valley. That says a lot about our program and that we must be doing something right. Through our program, we're able to keep our youth off the streets and not hanging out in neighborhoods or possibly getting involved in illegal activity. Normally, our students are with us from 8 to 3, but due to the COVID-19, they're not right this second. We've had over 800 youth come through our program and have successfully graduated over 600 students with their accredited high school diplomas. We've created a family culture with our students as well as a safe haven for most. The students that we serve in Moreno Valley, they are students that have been homeless, abused sometimes in some way, foster care, gang affiliated, no positive role models in their life, coming from low to moderate income families. We have been spotlighted and acknowledged through Moreno Valley City, and we've received numerous awards and certificates from our senator's office, assembly member's office, the state of California, and the list goes on for our community involvement. Through Rising Stars, we've been able to provide jobs for alumni. We have had students that have graduated from us and have come back to actually work with us, and that says a lot about what we do and who we are. Our students, including myself, have participated in community involvement throughout Moreno Valley over the years, and we've been able to keep our doors open through different funding resources. And I know the amount that we've requested is probably not even a dent compared to what other applicants have requested or have been awarded. In advance, I thank you for considering us, and we need your support and your funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Alicia. Thank you for participating. Next two speakers, Benny.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me this evening. I know we're all really tired, but you know, we're very passionate about what we do and what the programs we offer for our young people. We were excited when we were reached out by the city staff, and we're really encouraged to apply for the CV funding for the youth in response to coronavirus. The grant we applied for again was for job preparedness, job readiness, sustainable income for our young people. We tend to forget some of the marginalized populations that we have, including the young people that we serve. We serve a very, very sensitive population that they get overlooked all the time. And I'm sort of frustrated at this moment that they're getting overlooked again. And this wasn't going to be my pitch tonight. It really wasn't. But I'm very passionate about what we do. And we've been here in the community for 10 years in the city of Moreno Valley, working with city council members, working with community leaders, working with local legislation and things like that, and advocating for change. But then when it comes to this type of things I understand the response to coronavirus, and that's what we're doing. Our kids have been so disengaged lately, and they're excited about some things we're offering, programs we're offering. And then when we're asking for something very, very small out of $1.2 million, we're not getting that dent. We're not even getting 15, not even 30, not even something we asked for. It really frustrates me right now. And I'm very upset that we have people on city council, it's Councilmember Cabrera. Thank you for sharing that out today. That they say they support us and it doesn't show it. So forgive me, but I'm very upset. I really think that we need a shot. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there, but thank you so much for hearing me out. And we need to not forget about our youth. And we have a very, very special group of young people that keep getting overlooked all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jerry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jared Hernandez, and I want to share my experience as RSA student graduate and now RSA employee. It all started going into my senior year at Valley View High School. I was behind a lot of credit due to not really seeing the value of getting a high school diploma, and also not having no one show me the value of it. Once I found out I was not graduating, I started looking for alternative programs in the city of Moreno Valley to help me. That's when I found out about Rising Stars. When I first got there, I still didn't see the value of a diploma, but it is something Rising Stars does, that is, they opened my eyes and installed in me that me and my peers, how important it is to receive a diploma and graduate and move up in higher education. I started volunteering at Rising Stars after I graduated because I wanted it to be someone who matters to someone who matters. I want to see the youth lives change for the better and give them the opportunity I had when I was going there. Without Rising Stars, I don't know where I would be right now in life. But let me tell you where I am at right now because of Rising Stars. I'm a full-time employee at Rising Stars as the program director and mentor coordinator. It is my job to make sure every 16 and 17-year-old that walks through that door receive mentoring. Being at Rising Stars for the past 4 years has been amazing. Being able to be a part of every graduation and seeing the youth walk across the stage to get to the next milestone in life is the best feeling, and I wouldn't change it for anything. And due to the times we are going through with COVID-19, we are trying our best to keep the engagement with the students and make sure that they have the same opportunity that our students have being, and they are learning from home. With the help of the city, with the CDBG grant, it will help with Rising Stars to be able to get all the students Chromebooks so that they all can have an opportunity no matter what. I'm trying to read it fast because I know the time limit. They are to graduate. Rising Stars has always talked about how important it is for higher education and how important it is to be your own boss as an entrepreneur.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jerry. Appreciate it. Next three speakers, Madam Clerk, who are they?
It's William Welch and Devon Rayford.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see that everybody's still carrying along. I'm not gonna stay too long. But I just wanted to say this, and Benny just got through speaking. I feel his frustration. And I just want to say this when it comes to Rising Stars Business Academy. Remember, we are a nonprofit organization. A lot of times people look at us as if we're a school, which we have that component. Yes, we are a school as well. And we are there for these kids to get their high school diploma. But I want you guys to understand and realize, for those that don't know, who we serve, the population that we serve. School component is just one of many components. We serve youth that have been given up on. We serve youth that have been hurt, damaged, and mistreated. We serve young mothers and young fathers. We serve them that with programs such as our substance abuse program, our anger management program, our parenting program. We're serving whole families, single parent mothers and fathers who are trying their best to provide for their families in this economy that we all are struggling and dealing with at this time. We mediate, we deal with issues within the city limits when it comes to intervention and prevention. You guys are speaking about the homeless grant. We deal with homelessness. We deal with the homeless. We go out and feed the homeless. And these are some of the things that we are incorporating within these youth that we're dealing with at our nonprofit organization, our program. And as Ms. Alicia said, it's very family oriented. And I just want you guys to understand and think about the population that we're serving. All the issues that we see in the city that we all have to deal with at times, we're dealing with them young folk that are involved in a lot of these situations and that are going through a lot of these situations. And I just hope that you guys just think about the population that we're really dealing with.
Okay, thanks so much, Will. I appreciate that. Next one is Devon or Davon.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Davon Rayford. I am an alumni of Rising Stars Business Academy. A little bit about my background. I was a senior in my senior year in the Moreno Valley School District. I came from the home of a single parent that struggled to make ends meet. Many times we were homeless. There were times where I had to choose between getting a job and getting my high school diploma. I aged out of the district and chose to work instead of getting a high school diploma. I found hope in a program that motivated me to set goals for myself, how to be a leader in the community and achieve beyond my limits. Not only was I able to graduate from this program with a high school diploma, but achieve a 4.0 GPA. The first thing that when I first got to the program, they opened up to welcome me as a family. My family was able to receive their first valedictorian, as well as a person that was able to motivate to get his career started. Rising Stars Business Academy has helped me become a state council member for the Youth Build program to advocate for the state. I now work at Rising Stars Business Academy as the art instructor and the front desk receptionist and a mentor. In my conclusion, I just want to say there are many youth in Moreno Valley like myself that come from broken homes who cannot learn in a classroom of 25. With this funding, you will help build a leader, help build a child that is left behind, a child that looks for hope in starting a career. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Devon. City Clerk, that was, I believe, 5, right?
Yes, sir. No more speakers.
Okay. Let me go over here. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing here. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a deliberation, and we'll just do one round as well. And again, this is if council members would like to speak or make any suggestions. Oh, whoops, my camera. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the 5 speakers who came out and spoke today from Rising Stars Business Academy. That story that we just heard, that's extremely powerful. And I mean, I can relate to it because, I mean, some of us here on the council, I think all of us have probably been to Rising Stars and we visited their school. We know the kind of work that they do. And I say that I can relate to it because I was raised in Compton. I grew up in Compton and I had the opportunity to go to a private school. And I know that that's not the same as Rising Stars, but you know, coming from a low income, high crime community, I was an at-risk youth as a minority living in Compton. And if it wasn't for that school and having that opportunity, I don't know where I would be today. And I say that because Rising Stars Business Academy is one of the few nonprofits, one of the few schools in our city who specifically focuses and addresses on at-risk youth and giving them a second chance. They're the only ones outside of the school districts. And so, you know, like Miss Alicia mentioned, Rising Stars has been in the city for 10 years. They've received numerous awards from the City Council of Moreno Valley, from the State Senate, Assembly, from Congress. They do amazing work. And that's why, again, I'm asking that we reallocate funds from this CDBG cycle and give Rising Stars Business Academy the $30,000 that they're asking for. That $30,000 is pennies compared to the money that we're receiving. And it's very easy for us to take a little bit, even 1,000 from others or 5,000 or whatever the amount is. It's very easy for us to give Rising Stars $30,000. And the last point I'll make, actually the second to last, is that the nonprofit sector has not received the influx of financial assistance that the private sector has, especially the corporate sector that has received a lot of financial assistance through the CARES Act. And the nonprofits are not calculated into the equation of GDP. And that needs to change. That's a whole nother conversation, but nonprofits contribute so much to our economy and that's not calculated into our GDP. There's something wrong with that. And so on top of that, we've seen the cuts that the governor is making because of COVID-19 to the budget. And there are multiple educators. I was a student as recently as last week. I was still a student. And I understand the importance of education. I think all of us understand the importance of education. And we need to be there for our youth, especially the at-risk youth here in our community. And so that's why, again, I'm asking for support from my council colleagues to respect the wishes of Rising Stars Business Academy and think about our children, think about our kids who are roaming around our city today. And let's give them the $30,000 that they are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here, any other, just trying to look at the gallery view. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote. Entertain a motion to approve recommendations numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I move.
A second.
Okay, motion made and a second by Councilmember Dr. Thornton. Please vote.
Mayor, I'd like to make an alternate motion.
Actually, we're going to take this vote first. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Thornton,
She's muted. There she is.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Cabrera,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca,
Yes.
Mayor Gutierrez.
Yes. Okay,
Motion
item,
passes 4-1.
okay, item passes 4-1. Okay, so we're going to move on.
Mayor,
to,
we still need to take the alternate motion.
well, we already passed the item already.
But an alternate
Okay, so we passed the item already, 4-1. Just want to clarify,
Mayor,
no vote was
an
on-
alternate motion was
Okay.
Legally, we're
basically
supposed to
a no. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera, you're out of order. Okay, I'm
But
letting you know
an
right now.
alternate motion was.
All right, we're moving on to item 1C at this time. Just want to clarify, a no vote on that was a no on nonprofits, a no on rental assistance, and a no on food assistance for the residents in Moreno Valley. Okay, we'll go ahead and go to item 1C. This is a hearing establishing appropriation scam limit. So report from Financial Management Services Director. Marshall?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. This item is a little bit briefer.